have thanks. You may get seated. Thanks very much. I have said to my colleague, I'll allow her to constantly give me instructions. One other element that I have detected, CEO, is that in the next installment of this program, we are going to request a speaker to come and explain the importance of the national anthem. We went to the People's Republic of China some years ago on other missions. You cannot even breathe, you can't even walk, you can't put on your head, you can't put your hand in your pocket, you can't just put your hand next to your heart as if you are the president of the Republic of South Africa. Like so pardon me for that, but I think this is very, very important for us to learn. Learning is a continuous process. So I have apologized well in advance, and I also said that this program is going to make us to understand and learn more things and new things, and let's allow ourselves to, be more ready. It's not about dancing and any other thing. No, you are dancing. You are good at dancing, but information dololo. We want that information to be available to us. Thanks very much. And I have requested our colleagues to give us just an entertainment. Then we do the welcome. Then off we go. We hardly. They will deal with the introduction of our dignitaries present here. We're having our colleagues from the Eastern Cape, many other provinces. But as we are working towards this direction, he assured me that there's no one who is going to be part of the Matanga Commission. It's not going to be called to answer any questions. We are very clean. So far we are happy. Let's deal with these things. Who's dealing with our music thing here? How about this thing must be lively? Oh, but I'm sure we're still going to pay you. Don't worry. Just up the game. You will be safe next time. We can get to another item. So I was consulting, we were told that in your career, you must not make a mistake. Even if it's a wedding at your home or a funeral service, you must not skip the item on the welcome. Ne? So you can do all these other things, but the welcome should not be skipped. So thanks very much. We are here to request the Executive Director of Marketing and Communication, just on behalf of the university, to do the welcome for all of us. Halungwan, Victor Khumeswan, Armu Amogele.
Let me greet the HOD of DSEC in Limpopo, Khatani Mukhonyana. I call her Veronica. I don't know if that is still allowed. And your department, including the program director, a very important department in Limpopo. The province of Limpopo is very important to us. I mean the administration, but the one department with which we have done a lot of work is DSEC, among the key departments. Let me also acknowledge our Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Richard Madaji, in charge of teaching and learning, Vice Chancellor Professor Mukhalong in absentia, and the management of the university in its entirety. Let me acknowledge the chairman and the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Museum. They traveled the longest distance to be here from the home of the legends, the Eastern Cape. Let me acknowledge Maoshi. We are in what is normally called a rural province. Therefore, if you don't acknowledge the very people who gave us this land to establish the university, Prof. Mokhajan, this land was not sold at a willing buyer, willing seller. Sorry. It wasn't sold at the market price. Traditional leaders came here in 1956 and agreed to establish this institution. And chairperson, there was a chief from the Eastern Cape. I know that must not, it doesn't always get emphasized. There was a chief from Kwakwa, there was a chief from the Northwest, among other places, Venda, Guyana, everywhere. Those 13 traditional leaders had a vision to establish this. So when we acknowledge the traditional leadership, we are not acknowledging them for any other reason than that they are the ultimate authority, and they are the providers of the land on which we are operating. Many laws can be passed to complicate their work and their fate, but we know what role they have played and what they continue to play. I have to acknowledge the Heritage Council. There are people from Freedom Park here. There are people from, I'm trying to go by, Iziko Museums, South African Heritage Resources Agency, and I am going to get into trouble if I try to acknowledge everybody. You're always going to get to that level, that unpleasant line that I never want to say. But let me stand on the established protocol according to the people who organized this. Bongani Mahlangu, let me acknowledge you because you are the native that started all this trouble. The first call, CEO, to the university that said we would like to host the event at the university was from this young man called Bongani Mahlangu. Very persistent native. Very persistent. I'm sometimes very difficult to get hold of, but he persisted and persisted until he said one day, I was saying, we can talk to the Vice Chancellor. He said, oh, do you think you'll be willing to host us? I said, yeah, I think so. He said, I'm in Polokwane. If you don't mind, I can come and see the place. Then I knew I'm dealing with one tenacious young man. And since then, I knew this is going to happen here. Let me acknowledge people like you, Prof. Mkhwajana, because I know the role you have been playing persistently and tenaciously in the preservation of our oral history, in the preservation of our heritage, in just relating. And I saw the book that you launched 2 or 3 weeks ago. Very well done. I always commend anybody who knows our history when they write it down, because then it's safe. It's been immortalized. There are academics here, researchers, community members, but most of all, they are young people, our students. And you can see you are not in the majority, my children. But if you wait to be in the majority before you start, you lose the opportunity to do what Francis Bacon said. Francis Drake. Oops, now I'm mixing the two Francises. He said, if you are going to wait for certainty before you begin what you do, you are going to end in doubt. You're going to end up confused. But if you will start when you are uncertain, if you will begin when you are scared, and you go out venturing when you are unsure, the end of your story is certainty. So the young people today are facing a serious challenge of having too many distractions. I was asked to speak about the significance of hosting this event here today. The African Liberation Heritage Indaba. I'm sure you young people are familiar with a movie called The Lion King, and a character called Simba. And you will know that Simba makes a very big mistake when he's young. And his devious uncle Scar connives to assassinate his father Mufasa. And Simba is made to believe that he is responsible for the death of his father. And Mufasa whispers into his ear, says, Simba, run away and never return. And Simba goes away as a lion, and he ends up hanging out with a meerkat and a warthog, learning their ways of doing things, eating worms instead of learning to hunt. He even learns their philosophy of no problem. Hakuna matata in Kiswahili. He learns to accept that his fate is with warthogs and meerkats. And one day he runs into the philosopher, Rafiki. Rafiki in Kiswahili is like, I would say, a friend or a... Rafiki was a baboon, and he meets him and he says something that makes Simba believe this man knows me. And he follows him and he says, I don't know who you are. Why do you sound like you know me? And the monkey says, or the baboon says, I know you. You are Mufasa's boy. And Simba says to him, I hate to tell you, but my father died long ago. And Rafiki says, you are wrong again. He has not died. Come with me, I will show him to you. And they run and get to a fountain, and he says, look down there, you'll see your father. Simba is really getting impatient now. He says, that's not my father. That's my reflection. And Rafiki says, look harder. He lives in you. And just at that moment, Rafiki disappears, and Simba starts hearing a voice that sounds like his father's voice. And the voice says, Simba, you have forgotten me. Simba says, no, I could never forget you. You are my father. And the voice says, you have forgotten who you are, and in so doing, you have forgotten me. You are my son and the real king. And he says those telling words, you've got to return and take your place in the circle of life. The circle means Prof. Mukhwajana, Prof. Madaji, and all the elders. One day you will disappear. And to quote the same Lion King, the sun will set on your time and it will rise on these young people's time. The problem is when it rises, the young people have learned to forget that they are lions and they have learned to be warthogs. So they have learned that they are carnivores and they have learned to live a life of a herbivore. They have learned to hang out with meerkats. They have forgotten that they are rulers. They have forgotten that they are royalty. And so they have learned to accept life and be casual about it. They have learned to do what natives love to do, to chill. We're just chilling. I don't worry, nigga, I'm just chilling. You are royalty, my children. Do you hear me? No, they're not even hearing me. You have forgotten us. You have forgotten your ancestors. Because by forgetting who you are, by forgetting and deciding to just chill on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and just chase reels that mean nothing at all. Somebody just takes a video of themselves sleeping Somebody takes a video of themselves snoring. Somebody takes a video of themselves just eating very clumsily. Another one takes a video of themselves dancing very sheepishly and stupidly. Another one just literally just takes pictures of cars crashing into walls. That's what we have become. We have become people just chilling. We're just chilling. The country's Prof. Madaji. Except Fort Hare, which again, when children have forgotten who they are, they go and set on fire their heritage. They take the very university that educated President Mandela, President Mugabe, and most of the legends of this African continent were educated at the University of Fort Hare. And they can, in a split second, set it alight because they have forgotten that they are royalty. They have forgotten that they are walking on the same grounds that Nelson Mandela walked, that Oliver Tambo walked. And when you forget who you are, you hang around with meerkats. You chill with warthogs when you should be a lion. I said apart from the University of Fort Hare, this is one university that can claim to be one with the liberation history of this country. I'm going to close with a story. A young man from the Eastern Cape is trying to be a lawyer. And he gets to Johannesburg in a white law firm. And you know when you're doing law, you need to serve articles. But serving articles means handling real cases, Prof. Going to court, appearing on behalf of clients, taking briefs, addressing clients and addressing magistrates and judges. But this law firm has got a man who is just a utility man. He's the driver, he's the cleaner, he's the messenger, so he doesn't have a degree, and they are depending on him to get black cases. Because he can speak Zulu, he can speak Xhosa, he can speak Sesotho, he can speak Afrikaans, he can speak English, but he doesn't get paid very well, CEO. He's a utility man. Now this article clerk is sitting there unable to get cases, because every time a client comes, and he speaks Zulu, the lawyers, the white lawyers, call the utility man, the driver, and say, come here and translate. They take the brief and they go to court, advocate. They go to court and they win the case and they get paid, but they never pay the utility man his share. Meanwhile, the young man is sitting there trying to get a chance to talk to clients so that he can qualify as an attorney. Listen to this story. Here is a man who's underpaid, uneducated or unlearned, and another one who's educated and is trying to qualify, but the white lawyers are not giving the young cadet a chance. So something miraculous happens if I want to tell you why I say you are from royalty and you should never forget. The driver, the messenger, says to the lawyer, candidate lawyer, he says to him, listen, young man, these white guys are never going to give you your chance to do articles. You know why? Because they have me here. I can do the work for them and they can win the cases and they'll never give you a chance. I'm the only black person here. I speak all their languages and many other African languages. So they don't need you. So here's what I'm going to do, young man. I am going to resign so that the white guys will be forced to give you a chance to handle cases. Because if I'm not there, any black person who walks in the door will need to speak to you. But fortunately for you, unlike me, you will be a lawyer. So when you talk to them, you'll be taking a brief. And they will be forced to allow you to go to court and appear on behalf of the client. Because I will never go and appear. So, but I'm going to resign. I'm going to leave my position. I'm going to leave the firm. And the young man eventually qualifies as a lawyer. The name of the driver, the messenger, was the grandfather, was a man called Gawa Khadebe. And the name of the young advocate, trainee attorney, was Nelson Mandela. It's a true story. Go and read Long Walk to Freedom. That's how Madiba ended up becoming a lawyer. Why am I telling you this? Because this university was founded by traditional leaders, by communities. People, Hoshiradi, gave up their grazing lands and said, we used to have our cattle graze here, but we understand that if we allowed this land to be used to build a university, we can cultivate leaders. We can be selfish and say our sheep and cattle must graze here, or we can let you use the land for something more superior, something that will last longer, something that will produce graduates and professionals, like the Deputy Chief Justice who studied law here, like President Ramaphosa who studied here, like all the people that you know about. We can do something bigger with this piece of land than just use it for grazing cattle. The man who's saying, I'm going to resign my position so that you can have something bigger. Because if I continue to just graze my cattle here, you will not have the land to build a university. But that university became the place where people like myself came, and we learned about the real brutality of the apartheid regime. We got political education here. We got occupied by soldiers. We got to know the history of this institution and understand that from 1969, when SASO was formed, this university became the place to go to. When the ANC was sent to, and the prisoners were sent to Robben Island, there was no way to organize them. The underground forces and the military formations and mass mobilization happened on this campus, just like it happened at Fort Hare. So the importance of universities like this, and that's why Madiba became the chancellor of this university when he came out of prison, because Madiba knew the role that the university played. So the importance of this university in hosting this African Liberation Heritage Indaba is because if you don't tie together the stories, if you don't connect the dots, you will end up with these children being like Simba, hanging out and chilling with warthogs, eating worms and grass, having forgotten who they really are. So HOD, DSEC, the provincial administration, the Freedom Park, the Heritage Council, everybody who's part of preserving this. What we are doing, I know our government advocate doesn't always think too highly of art and culture. It looks at it as something just to be done by the way. This is the only industry that has got no diminishing returns. Where are the economists here? Art and culture does not reach a point where it can give you no more returns. In fact, here's the story. Mozart died 300 years ago. But when you go to Austria, the one thing they will always remind you is this was the home of Mozart. The older the history gets, the more valuable it becomes. Unlike a car, which depreciates, unlike clothes, which depreciate with time, heritage gets more valuable and invaluable with time. So if your job is to preserve it, and if the University Prof. Madaji can be part of preserving that, we have to do it with more vigor and more energy, because we cannot do any more for our country than we can. Yesterday, South Africa was unified by one soccer match. One soccer match. No politician could help us. 11 young men got on the pitch and they delivered a performance that gave this nation hope. That's what sport and culture and arts can do. It can unite people where no businessman, where no politician can. So when we are we're preserving this, we are preserving something that will always unite our people. And I hope that you understand why Professor Mokhalung and the management of the university agreed to host this. I know I went overboard, but when I look at these young people here, my heart breaks, because I know by the time I'll be too old to do what I'm doing, I cannot count on them to be able to take care of me. And if I can't do that, then I've created no legacy. I've got no heritage to play, role to play. So I'm asking that we take the role that we do seriously and we make this an annual event and make sure that we apply ourselves more than ever before. Thank you very much and welcome.
If it was in the former Leboa, we were going in the course of your explanation, because they were not let me hands, but I was also looking at them with keen interest. Our former Chidi will say, "Baba Leboa Matso." So you voluntarily did this thing, and thanks very much, Halengwana, for such incisive information that is needed. You will appreciate that in the course of your inputs, the additional chairs were brought and there were some spaces that were left here. We were advised that the former Deputy President of the Republic, Dr. Balega, is around and with the ambassador. So we request them that they be received so that we can be able to continue with the purpose and the acknowledgement of care. So we thought it would be prudent that you play a song. Then we have allowed them to, I'm sure it's we are quite honored and fortunate enough that now we can be more confident and happy that one of the greatest moments we can have at this time is to have an occasion being graced by those that, by one of those that have led this country and who was part of the struggle at the time when it was not fashionable. Let me allow us to get to the acknowledgement of guests and the purpose of our presence here by the acting CEO, Mr. Mandisi Mzongelo Msongo. I beg your pardon me, I agree I'm from this other part of the river. And so let's allow him to do the honor and the rest will follow. Thanks very much.
Good morning. Learners, good morning. I cannot feel your energy. Good morning, learners. Program director, I do not know whether I will be asking too much. Can I have music first? Is it too much, program director? No problem at all. That's fine, program director. I don't know whether am I tall enough to actually say, you are welcome, Mama. I'm not quite sure. But then anyways, because we just came in, and I'm the first speaker after you walked in, you are welcome, Mama. We are honored, yet in this stanza, to have you with us. I am tasked, first of all, I am Mandisi Msongelwa, that's my surname. I am acting CEO, Nelson Mandela Museum. By profession, it's always nice to actually share. By profession, I'm a finance person. Remember, youngsters, the speaker that just spoke raised a very critical matter that is talking about us as youngsters wasting time. And the time is against us. I'm here today from the finance side. to the heritage space. Those two things are correlated. I am an acting CEO of the institution Nelson Mandela Museum. I am requested to actually do the acknowledgement of guests and also doing the welcoming. I will start by saying that I'm sending greetings from the Honorable Deputy President and also from the university, from there to the department, and all the way to the learners, and also the visitors that we have today, that I will later acknowledge. Youngsters, the speaker just spoke before me, just gave you a challenge. The challenge is out there now, that we are wasting time on TikTok, on Facebook, and also on X. Not gonna say Twitter. Oh, there's also Instagram, and. I think it's that time whereby we are changing that narrative and actually do what is needed currently. You do see the news, you do watch them, and you know exactly what is going on outside these premises. So it's that high time at this point whereby you take that and change the narrative. Yes, you are correct, Director, that there are a lot of content that we watch on a daily basis that is actually not helping the country at all. I will start by actually giving just an overview about our institution as Nelson Mandela Museum. The Nelson Mandela Museum is situated in Mthatha, a semi-rural, semi-city, very interesting place in the Eastern Cape. Udada himself took it upon himself to actually open the museum. And to align myself with the speaker before me, he saw a need at the time. And he saw the opportunity at the time. And the opportunity then, it was that the story of Madiba, it must be told by the Madibas in Mthatha. And all the gifts that Madiba received at the time of his presidency and post, he actually took all of them, and then he decided to open the museum. So at this point, we are Nelson Mandela Museum with a mandate. It's very clear. Our mandate is to actually to preserve that legacy and also the values of Utatu Nelson Mandela. It's part of us preserving that legacy and also the values. We curate, you can come and actually view our museum and you will learn a lot. 2, we educate. We are here in this Indaba today. This is the 4th one that we are hosting as the museum with the different institutions. There's a main reason as the institution why we are hosting these ones specifically at a level of higher learning. It's mainly because we want more engagements that are coming in. At this point, we are here as this audience, and also the speakers that are before you, but then we need a collective answer, or a collective engagement in order for us to take these matters forward. This is the fourth one. We started at the Eastern Cape 3 years ago. The second one, we took it at Gqeberha again, the Eastern Cape. Third one, we decided to take it to Johannesburg. And then we were like, we cannot leave out the University of Limpopo as part of our educational programs. Remember, this is a portion in terms of our educational programs. We do have other ones, but then I am not going to be talking about them in this platform, mainly because we are here for this one. And we saw it fit that the University of Limpopo will be a partner. The Department of Arts and Culture will be a partner. And also other stakeholders that are very critical in giving the message in the outside world. As a speaker before me alluded to the fact that Utatu Madiba was here, and just after, there was a reason for that. He wanted to change the narrative at the time. And again, look at us and our theme. We are actually here again. The thinking that we had at the time when we were coming up with the theme, it was actually a matter of us changing the narrative within the heritage space. Our minister from the National Department challenged the heritage spaces on matters that are talking to us being irrelevant to what is happening in the world. Yes, there's a space, but then people, they are disconnected. And we really, at this point, need to find a way to actually call them and be with us, and let's take the journey together. And there's no one else at this point. There's no one else except the youngsters, the youth. And we are standing here knowing very well that Madiba embraced the youth, mainly because he knew that they can take the baton and run with it. So this is the challenge that we are bringing to you. The theme for those ones, we haven't seen it as yet. It says, reimagining the transformative and emancipatory purpose of cultural institutions in South Africa. In this topic, having different speakers, as I said earlier on, we have partners that are here to actually unpack what's the meaning of this. And from there, we are expected to engage, because tomorrow again we're here. We will be more on plenaries, whereby again, the people who've experienced within the space. There will be an unpacking and also adding more information for matters that have been actually unpacked today. The second element that I am tasked to do is the acknowledgement. First of all, Honorable Balekambete, Kumama Chairperson Waselanisa, as I said initially, that she has been with us in the formation of this program also, supporting. Hence earlier on I was very happy to actually see her amongst us. The second speaker, Honorable John Mbe, Executive Mayor, Asepolokwale Municipality, where we are currently, in his absentia. He wanted to be here, but then duty calls, they always overtake the plans. The third speaker, it's gonna be Jose Khadi Shapo, Chair of Limpopo Arts and Culture Council. A sector, it would be on culture and heritage amongst us. Then Ibengu Prof. Mokhalong, Kuala Pekaya Yan. VC, University of Limpopo. Ibengu Prof. Mahoba, Chairperson of Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority. Prof. Mama Khowatsana, former Chairperson, Oral History of Association of South Africa. Stakeholders that are with us, having Freedom Park, represented by Mr. Victor Nechiava, Heritage and Knowledge, Acting HOD, Robben Island. I'm having Miss Ayanda Woje, Acting Chief Heritage Officer, Zigo Museums, having Miss Damon, Social History Educator, Prof. Mahoba, from Lira, Chairperson, Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority, having Mr. Clinton Jackson, SM Heritage Information, Policy and Skills Development. South African Heritage Resources Agency, that's Clinton. All right, I think Prof is from Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority. Then also amongst us, there's Limpopo Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. There's Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority. There's the South African Heritage Resources Agency, Eastern Cape Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, Eastern Cape Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and other departments that I will continue acknowledging as we are moving on with the program. I part ways by saying, I will quote Utatu Mandela, open quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world," close quote.
Thanks, acting CEO. Ngwatunqayeke le gadima no feleriano. I'm sure we'll all know the issue of introduction or acknowledgement of guests is an ongoing item. So in the course of our program, we'll continue to give him an opportunity to alert us of the presence of other dignitaries. I was looking at my watch, I can realize that we are not doing well. So I will not necessarily say we must be faster, but let's be conscious of time in terms of the items that we are going to render. I'm just going to make a plea that our colleagues must look into that part. So thanks very much for that. Let me, without wasting time, take this opportunity to call upon the current acting sports. We have HOD, not acting, and HOD means head of department. So the head of the department of sport, and not sports, of sport, arts and culture in Limpopo. Me Veronica Khatani Mukhonyan. Let's welcome her to give us the message of support.
Thank you very much, Program Director of this session, Tate Maila Kula. I actually like that whistle. It brings energy in the house, so I like that. And I would wish that we can have that energy because we are here to celebrate who we are. We are here to preserve our heritage. We are here to emphasize that we are Africans. We are here to emphasize that there's a journey that we have traversed. We are here to emphasize the fact that even though we are becoming more and more civilized, but we know where we come from, and heritage needs to be preserved, heritage needs to be nourished, heritage needs to be promoted, and at all times we'll be committed to that cause. So I like that energy, and thank you very much. I'm not going to take time because the program director has already indicated that we are behind time, but however, I will not actually do justice to the item that I'm going to render without acknowledging, the presence of our former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Me Baleka Mbete, the Honorable. When I actually made a little bit of research on her, I realized that she's actually born on the 24th of September. So we are sharing a month. I'm born on the 21st of September, you on the 24th of September. And I like that because it actually symbolizes who you are, because I know very well that you embrace culture, you embrace heritage. In actual fact, we should know that she's one of our creatives. She's actually a poet, and I know very well that you also write a lot of poems. And I would like to grab one of your books just to ensure that I read, some of the poems that you actually write, because I know that they come deep from, the well of being a mother, and not only a mother, but the mother of the nation. So thank you very much. We acknowledge your presence. We are actually, very colorful now that you are here, and we are actually very much happy and excited that you are gracing us with your presence. Thank you very much, Mama. We appreciate. Thank you so much. Let me also quickly just acknowledge the fact that we are being hosted by the University of Limpopo, our partner in the journey of the African liberation route, and the delegation here is being led by Professor Richard Madaje. He's our Deputy Vice Chancellor leading the teaching and Learning faculty. Thank you very much. We really acknowledge you. And you are not alone, but you're also with the Executive Director for Marketing and Communication, Mr. Victor Homeswana. Thank you very much. We acknowledge you. Let me also acknowledge Dr. Sipe Potelwa, the Council Chairperson of Nelson Mandela Museum. Doctor, we really acknowledge you. When I first walked in the briefing session, very young, maybe you need to give him a big round of applause, you know, very young, he's here. Just wave, doctor, just wave. Very young. The reason why I'm emphasizing that is because, you know, when a young person is a doctor, and when a young person is embracing matters of heritage and matters of, defining who we are, you know, pursuing the cause of actually defining who we are as African people, you can actually acknowledge that, and you can actually, learn, something from him. So I really acknowledge you, doctor, and thank you very much for initiating this big and beautiful program, and the fact that you actually directed that it be hosted in the Limpopo province. We really acknowledge that. That's why we quickly embrace the fact that you are going to host this program here. So thank you so much. We acknowledge you, doctor. Thank you so much. Together with your colleagues, let me also acknowledge Bukhoshiradi Rapachelo, the beautiful lady just sitting next to Mama here, adorned in a pedi, a culture. Bukhoshiradi, you must actually liruke roko eboselefe le honorable Mama Balega Mbete kayona le babontshe hore mo Limpopo we are diverse in our culture, and the pedi culture is also one of the cultures that is actually being celebrated in the province of Limpopo. I'll be very happy if you actually adorn her with one or two pieces, of the pedi culture, so that she remembers this occasion. And thank you very much, Mama. Mama is also our chairperson, if you don't know. You know, in the Department of Limpopo Arts and Culture, Sport Arts and Culture, we've got a domain that is called Heritage and Natural Resources. So Mama is the chairperson of the Heritage and Natural Resources in the ambit of the Limpopo Arts and Culture Council. So we are moving with the times. These days we are actually embracing every cultural domain to ensure that we develop and we preserve the culture of Limpopo, and it's being headed by Bomama Khoshiradi Rapachelo. And what I like about Bomama is that they are also encouraging, other traditional leaders to ensure that they join us, in the journey of promoting a social cohesion and nation building. I'm not going to be long, just to acknowledge, but Sarah is in the house. We acknowledge you, our colleagues, and the Professor Mkhapa, who's actually leading Limpopo Heritage Resource Authority. I will be making a huge mistake if I don't acknowledge him, because he's actually my principal in the area of heritage and museum matters, and he's being accompanied by Professor Mukhwajana. Thank you so much. We'll also like to acknowledge everyone who is here. Our district heads are here, the Department of Sports Arts and Culture represented, and our learners from the university. I'm actually schooled from this university, so I honor this university very much, and thank you very much for just being here. But not only here, but you are here to learn, and you are here to actually join us in the pursuit of embracing and developing and preserving our heritage as Limpopo province and as a country at large. We started the journey of embracing heritage as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture by starting a significant move of developing our heritage roots. And we are being hosted here in one of the heritage roots, which is the University of Limpopo. We have actually deposited, or we have actually invested an amount of about 2.7 million in this university to develop it as a significant site of preserving the heritage and the liberation of our country, and more specifically, the liberation seed that has actually started in the University of Limpopo. So as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, we actually support this move, and we support the initiative that is actually being birthed in the Nelson Mandela Museum, that we need to start dialogues in the African heritage liberation in the University of Limpopo, and the investment from our department is actually saying a lot, that we are actually partnering and we are actually very serious about developing heritage in the province of Limpopo and actually embracing who we are and our identity. We don't only have the Limpopo, the University of Limpopo as one of our liberation heritage roots, but we also have Chate in Sikukune, Honorable Mbete. Right in Sikukune land, we've got Chate Heritage Site. It's also one of our significant heritage route that we are developing in the province of Limpopo. The aim is to ensure that we pass this rich legacy, this identity of us as Africans, to the next generation. And also, in that route, we have invested more than 5 million to ensure that we develop that route as a heritage site where this generation can actually learn and tap from the fact that we don't lose the history of the warriors like Sikukune, the warriors like Bungungunyani, the warriors like Bukhoshi Makado. We also moved in Vembe. We are developing a heritage site that is called Chitangazimeni. We are going to untap the richness of our diverse culture in the province of Limpopo. But not only that, we are also honoring those who actually fought for the freedom that we are actually having right now. Right now, as young students, you are actually benefiting from the blood and from the sweat of those that actually came before us. They fought for our country. Now you can actually learn freely in the universities. Now you can learn freely in TVETs. Now you can actually, express yourselves through the education that is being offered in our tertiary institutions. It's because of those that came before us. And some of them have actually died in a place that is called Chitangazimeni, where it's also part of our liberation heritage route. So the 3 routes that I've actually mentioned, Honorable Mbete, are the 3 significant routes that we are actually promoting and developing as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in Limpopo, to ensure that we don't lose the history, to ensure that we honor those that came before us, to ensure that we also still, celebrate the liberation that we have attained as a country. With those few ways, we really support this move. And we are actually, honored that this dialogue is happening in the province of Limpopo. I wish the Honorable MEC that is leading this sector, Honorable Maseko, was here, but because of other commitments, he was actually sent out to ensure that he actually, meet the other obligations that are for the sector of sport, arts and culture. So thank you very much, Doctor. And please, next time, don't be afraid to come back to Limpopo, because we want to also learn from the good work that you're doing in Nelson Mandela. We've got 3 museums in Limpopo. One is Data, another one is Kumasda, and another one is Mutua Batsonga. We'll be very much happy if you can come and visit us, and we host one of the dialogues again in those museums. And the aim of the province also, Honorable Mbete, is to build a provincial museum. So we are in the plans of building a provincial museum that will actually use to celebrate the diverse cultures that we are finding in the province of Limpopo. Thank you very much. Let the deliberations be vigorous. Let the deliberations be more and meaningful to all of us, especially as the young generation, taking the footprints of those that came before us and ensuring that we don't lose the heritage of us as Africans. Let's take this move forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson, Program Director of the day.
engwe ke 24 September engwe kwa bang ke 21 September ne kore September ya gore lebeleleng but ka go moria September ke the beginning of the year mara September ya gore lebeleleng Baba Heritage wa tla re botša. Thanks very much HOD, we really appreciate. We are now going to get to the next item. Kiboni with the inside one of my friend who wrote the book called Is It What We Fought For? Dr. Tlousi Tumu. Thanks my brother for coming. But also our HOD, I wish those who manage to write books, we must do that, and perhaps we must factor it in the department just to navigate the space and house and see how we can be part of the arrangements that is here. I can see already there's a lot of information that needed to be in the public space. Really, Prof. Mokgwatjana ba tšhabile go mpotša gore ba ne le puku. I when you wrote the book, you call us Oshabalipudi, so it's an additional expense. But man, colleagues and dear, let me just check those that are going to make presentations. Baba the IT were Bagarla scope, they said they can put in something so that you can be able to see. So in the event of some of you having prepared that thing, I'm told they can put it here so that our students here, while they are taking notes, they can still be able to see some of the information that I'm talking about. I agree one a lot of things in their heads like us. We escaped arrest, we were punished, we saw a lot of things. So when they are still fresh, they can look at this thing and take notes, and then we can continue. Can you help us in that regard?
So I have more information.
Oh, music?
So they're saying that because people can send different.
Dr. Sipo Potelwa. Please, doctor, can you come over? And I'm told if you have your own PC, you can come over here. You are fine. Thanks very much. Students, I want to
also profusely apologize that we should have started HOD with a moment of silence. Recently, this province lost numbers that are increasing daily with a bus crash, and one now is 43. I would like to invite everyone to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am at a size that equal to the program director. I usually present myself as Uziz Uchamakas Chatu Faga Tunaman Pegiso Tikoz Udlule. I always borrow from the words of the former president Thabo Mbeki that I am real and African. Before I start, we have an ambassador that I should also cite one of, I'm not sure, Grandma, whether you were prophesying or you were declaring, but you were not part. I don't want me and you to be called on one commission. Recently, I got to represent South Africa at China, received from South Africa, I don't know where did I receive, but from the ambassador of China, Wang Ping, the Dongfad, PKU Dongfad Scholarship for a month to study and understand governance, understand economics, understand culture, HOD, and heritage, understand politics. I'm not a politician, I'm an academic. Understand social development. It was an honor for the collaboration of the South African and the People's Republic of China. I was honored, Namumbet. You once said to me, South Africa should take me abroad. I want to confess that happened. I am a menorah blade. I'm sharp both sides. West that I come from China that transformed itself from the 10 years. I want to start with a short stanza that I presented when we graduated at Peking University, 10th in the world. About the beneath the sun, where skies unfold, a continent of stories untold, Africa. The mighty mountains, the caves, the rock arts kisses the blue. With peak that touches the heavens true, whispering tales of ages past, the ancient roots in unearthed entwined. The heartbeat of the nation is beaten fast about national dreams. Our liberation heart beats stronger with disappointment that destroy our national pride. The grandfather, Honorable Mbete, the ambassador of Guinea-Bissau, our grandmother and our national pride, the former president, Honorable grandmother Mbete, not a mother Mbete, I think we erased that one, long time ago. The university vice-chancellor represented by the DVC, members of the provincial legislature, HOD and the office of DSEC in the province, the house of traditional leaders, the queens, the kings, the chiefs, the sister cultural institutions present, the academics, professors, the doctors, the PhD candidates, the masters that are completing their dissertation. If you are not having masters, you are not falling on the category of academics. The fellow key stakeholder, the honorable, excellent students. May God be with yourselves as you are undergoing your exams. The student political formations, the student religious formations, distinguished guests, program director, good morning. The significance of preserving, protecting, promoting this liberation heritage, our institution, as presented by the acting CEO, felt that we should examine the distinct historical, economical, the social, the cultural, the political context. Our nation has deep and rich cultural traditions. The way cultural institutions functions, evolve, influence societal influence in balance of the past that differs based on their respective histories, governance structures, and their role in shaping the national identity. Then one will ask, what is a South African identity? I think in the process of liberating this country, that particular item was not covered. It's a time of us, in our generation, to make it a point that we look for our identity. What is a South African identity? Historical context. It's proven that since the apartheid then in 1948 up to the issue of the liberating of this country in 1994, these heritage sites were not covering the geographical spectrum of South Africa, were the entities and the institutions of the few. For the few agenda that was not covering the culture or intention to suppress the African cultural identity and destroy it. Hence today we fight the issue and seek the issue of our land. Hence today we are fighting for the issue of the repatriation of artifacts. Hence today we are fighting the issue of repatriation of the heroes and sheroes that fought for this liberation that we are enjoying today. South African cultural institutions were historically shaped by apartheid, as I said. A brutal system of institutionalizing racial segregation that lasted until 1994. Cultural institutions are primarily seen as a space of transformation, emancipation, healing from the painful legacy of apartheid. We encourage young people to visit heritage sites. You will be inspired, you will cry. We encourage yourselves to visit the National Museum, the Iziko Museum, and the other museum to see where this country comes from. Where are we leading it? It's our role now to develop our own struggle and identify how to bring our own African identity. Their role to facilitate, now the issue is about the issue of facilitating the dialogue, representation and reconciliation across racial and cultural diversity. Reason for us to bring this dialogue in the institution is to leave the Dr. Nelson Mandela's legacy, Prof. Academia will leave the challenge of the institution at the historical department to start the process of engaging other institutions to establish colloquiums that will interact and dive deeper on the issue of the liberation. Are we liberated or are we free? South African institutions are focused on inclusivity, seeking to present diverse voices and decolonize cultural narrative that were historically dominated by apartheid and colonialism. Institutions, as mentioned, like in the Eastern Cape at a local HOD, I'm giving you a challenge. One of our local municipalities at Eastern Cape successfully yearly have a Mtiza festival. You can Google online. It's growing immensely. And now we are living the challenge here in this province to say we can start small. Then the same province is hosting the National Art Festival at Makanda. That is growing and covering the international visits. That means it's not a must for the province to host international, but we have to start small, as you presented. Free State continuously organized the Makufe Festival. That is growing. We need jealous. I'm going to diverge and dwell. Why are we not jealous as South Africans? Free State have sought to give more visibility to the diverse cultures within the country a special indigenous African arts, history, heritage, which were historically marginalized in favor of colonial and European perspective. South African cultural institutions, while facing challenges, tend to promote freedom of expression, especially in relation to the marginalized communities and underrepresented histories. There are histories that are not yet told. There are fighters that are not yet recognized. Within the advent of democracy since 1994, under Nelson Mandela, South Africans begin a long process of cultural reconciliation and transformation. Cultural institutions such as this museum, galleries, and archives have played a key significant role in dismantling the remnants of apartheid through various initiatives aimed to promoting inclusivity, diversity, and representation. The South African National Heritage and Cultural Institutions envision the cultural institution as a vital space for the transformation of our society. They are seen as sites for social justice, education, where marginalized community can reclaim their historical and their identities. We are still in the field of heritage. Through the Minister Mackenzie, with the request of the chiefs and the kings of the Khois and San, to establish a museum that will cover our own roots. I think the liberation started halfway. We have got King Yinsa, we have got King Shweshwe, we have King Shaka, we have got a lot of kings across South Africa that are not honored, but they were putting there as statues, as stooges, that are not honored and respected. We should start there to recognize the contribution of the king into fighting the apartheid. I think it's halfway. We should go and deeper. That means our university, we have got a role to tell the history, not halfway. South African institutions have a strong emphasis on the memory of reconciliation, dealing with the painful legacy. They provided a platform of healing, as I said, to confront the past injustice. Institutions, as mentioned, of Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg, for instance, serve as a memorial of space that not only preserve painful history, but also promote national healing and unity. They enable South Africans to confront and learn from their past while fostering and share sense of identity. I cited the challenges. Cultural spaces in South African context often struggle with accessibility due to the economical disparities, HOD. When I was interviewed during the Heritage in South Africa on the 24th of September, I visited Macau province in China on the way to Hong Kong. On the interview that was live, that the art is a strong factor that can shape up the economy of each and every country. The GDP without art is meaningless. If we are not partnership with strategic direction and policies with the Department of Tourism, we should just close down our departments. If there's entities government can pull the plug of funding, will not survive. It is a challenge of us to be creative and make it a point that our sites are visible and responding to the community needs. These sites must be able to respond to the burial of the poor whom they cannot afford to bury their loved one, in respecting the cultural and preserving the identity of that particular family. It is our role. While there have been a progress in terms of representation, the financial barriers that prevent access to arts and culture for poor communities are still significant a challenge. Political tension. The role of cultural institutions in South Africa is something complicated by political ideologies. call for more radical transformation, such as the removal of colonial statues that we've seen that there were times whereby there was a call for removal of cultural statues, or for the recontextualization of certain symbols. That debate is still not yet closed to address. Sometimes clash with conservation viewpoints are challenged by political parties with different agendas. I want to invite and request to the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, to look at a very good eye, former President. I will start with you. Tell us as a country, what is the role of your foundations? Your foundations are not supporting students at universities. Where did you get the money to do day Indabas on those foundations? Your foundations are not responding to the issues of floods. When people desperately need your foundations to respond to the poor and the affected society. Your foundation are clashing now with the issue of teaching and learning spaces. Cite the issue of partnership of Mbeki Foundation, cite the issue of FWT Club Foundation, cite the issue of Tata Nelson Mandela Foundation, cite the issue of former President Kgalema Motlhala Foundation, cite the issue of the former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka. What is the role of these foundations? President must tell us if he is funding this foundation for what good reason. They are not adopting even any heritage site to say we will support this heritage site. We won't be funded this heritage site by government. It will be our responsibility to make it the funds of this heritage site is sustainable to address community needs. Students are sleeping with hunger, but we have got foundations. What is the role? I'm inviting the President to tell the nation, what is the role of those foundations? No, I was just diving on the political issues. I'm not a politician, I said so. Let me reflect on the cultural institutions in China, such as museums, galleries, performance spaces, reflect the party efforts of consolidating the national identity, promote social values, and project Chinese growth global GDP influence. These institutions have played a significant role in shaping the national economy of China. Image, education, identity, both domestically and international. In China, former President, as we may agree that if your institution received 100 people a day, it's a God blessing. In China, any heritage institution is booked and you pay to visit. It's millions of people, as if it's a festival, day and night. Hence, the GDP and the economy of China is sustained through the heritage sites and museums. The Great Wall of China, you cannot access it if you are not booking 3 months in advance. You will waste your money. So, China does have challenges like South Africa. Freedom of expression. One party state with two systems. If you are a historian, I won't just go deeper on the meaning of one party, two systems. Go and study the Chinese philosophy and the theory, because they are guided by the theory. I think we should be jealous as South Africa to start now establishing and thinking what is our theory that guide governance of South Africa. I'm not saying we should be a Marxist, Leninist, whatever, but what is the theory that guides our governance and the operations of our government? Issues of freedom of expression is central in China. I'm not going to dwell on that one. It's the politics of China that we also contest. The controlled nature of cultural institutions in China means that there are limited spaces for political subvert art forms. While there is a growing contemporary art scene, it often operates under the constraints imposed by the government. In conclusion, South Africa sees their cultural institution as important tool for shaping national identity, though they do not vastly in different way. Though that are vastly in different way. South African institutions are focused on healing, transformation, and decolonization, reflecting on the country's tumultuous history and the success of destroying the legacy of apartheid. Without the issue of the land, the heritage display is meaningless. However, our cultural institutions are often not serving as a dual purpose to reinforce the state power while preserving the national history, like other countries, often with focus on the ideological unit rather than the cultural diversity. As a result, South African approaching is more inclusive and focused on emancipation. A take-home question. Which tales ought to be told and are not to be told? Who ought to inform them? What part should cultural organizations play in social justice, environmental movements? Which administrative, pedagogically, curatorial procedures need to be abandoned, redesigned, or replaced? I thank you.
Thanks very much. You know, when I was looking at you, I can see you wanted to just stretch a bit. Ne? You wanted to stretch a bit, but I'm also looking at the time. I want us to balance. That if we go and say we wanted to grab something to eat, and then you come back after 35 minutes, and when we come back after 35 minutes, we are nearing lunch, and therefore I'm just checking the time. I want a wisdom to advise us as to what is it that we can do, except my colleagues there. I know students are ready because what they wanted is to get these stories. And fortunately, we have managed to give you water. I agree, it's very precious. You can't replace water. It's not like, if there was no electricity, we are still going to continue. And so we can't replace water. If we have water, you're still very safe. There were people who were in detention, who were on hunger strike, but they were drinking water. So drinking water will make you safe. So it means we can still continue for the next few presentations. I'm sure colleagues are in order. Ne? You can just stand up and just stretch, and then we, at the same time, so that's what we need. Victor, this man was working in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. The spirits of all liberation heroes there at Freedom Park. So when he arrived today in the morning, he was saying to me, wherever you see me, you must just know that I'm with the spirits of the heroes and heroines. Let's put our hands together and welcome.
While they are connecting my gadget, while they're connecting my gadget, Program Director, allow me to say I would like to stand on the protocol that has already been established in the interest of time, and to say greetings to all leaders that are here, nationally and also provincially, including
the leadership from this academic institution. It has been said that I'm coming from Freedom Park. Okay, thank you very much. Am I audible enough now? Yes, I am coming from Freedom Park. And Program Director, I have tailor-made my presentation in the interest of time because I've got only 15 minutes to address and to respond to the subject matter that's on the table or that is in this, that is before us. But I should say that at Freedom Park, we're no longer reimagining the transformative and emancipatory role of cultural institution. We are implementing, we are pushing the boundaries. We are now 25 years old, if I may mention it, if my arithmetic it's proper, established in 2000. Now, Freedom Park, to those that haven't been there, it's a cultural landscape, a memorial that has been created by our democratic government, and it is located in Salvokop, on a hill called Salvokop, for the purpose of the easy way to direct. If you are at Hoshi Mampuru Maximum Prison, you will walk at least 10 minutes, driving it will be 5 minutes. You will find Freedom Park on top of the hill. And as I said, the genesis of Freedom Park resulted from calls by civil society. And the call were made to the then leadership, led by one and the only first president of our democratic government, the late Dr. Olinhlahla Mandela. Summing it up in its conception, he said in 1994 at the Freedom Day in Amtata, the day should not be far off where we should have a shrine where we shall honor with the dignity they deserve those that endured pain, that we enjoy freedom. So basically that sums up what Freedom Park is all about. Now, we have been requested to say institutions should actually put together the programs, the objects, which I would call heritage resources, their impact, and their challenge in the context of what we're talking about here, which is the African liberation, African liberation heritage. Now, quickly into the mission of Freedom Park and its vision. Freedom Park has been established to create a pioneering heritage that mobilizes our people towards social cohesion, nation building, that challenge visitors to reflect on our past. And in the context of today's subject, because Freedom Park mission is huge, I had to focus on the aspect that we are on about here, which is the liberation struggle, which became a response to the oppressive apartheid junta. And further, our mission says we should improve the present, meaning the effects of that history on the freedom fighters, their families, and the nation at large. In other words, what is it that should be done with this liberation heritage? That include its preservation and our point of departure in terms of preserving this heritage and the programs that we should actually foreground. And it further says, and build the future as a united nation, meaning sustaining the values that the liberation struggle was advanced for. We know that the liberation struggle was advanced so that we should have a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, united South Africa. and we know the values of our democratic government. The issue of human rights, human dignity, what have you. Now, in terms of our mandate, we have been established to honor the heroes and heroines of our struggle for freedom and humanity by inscription of names on the wall of names and storytelling that narrates the story spanning a period of 3.6 billion years through the following 7 epochs. These epochs are found in a museum that we call Chapo. Its earth, ancestors, peopling, resistance, and colonization, industrialization, and urbanization. But in the context of what we are on about, the liberation struggle in our museum is preserved and narrated and reinterpreted in epoch that we call nationalism and struggle, and also the nation building and continent building epoch. Now, the core function of Freedom Park is premised on 4 pillars: spirituality, culture, history, and heritage. Now, what are the programs that we are putting in place and implementing? I move with respect to this program by quoting the definition of heritage by Laura G. Smith in the book that she wrote called Uses of Heritage, where she says, heritage is the selective use of the past to meet contemporary needs. The needs would be either social, political, and cultural. And that's where our programs come in, where we come with programs that are actually addressing the contemporary political need in particular, in the context of what we are talking about. The contemporary need, post-apartheid, that we are focusing on actually in terms of national priorities of our government is social cohesion and nation building. And those are the programs that our liberation struggle programs at Freedom Park should as well address, while we are focusing on how we must protect, promote, but as well disseminate those programs to the general public, to educate the public, but at the same time, applying that from the point of a post-colonial theory or decolonial theory, as the chairperson of Nelson Mandela Museum has actually alluded. Now, these are the programs, quickly. Memorialization programs, that is honoring freedom fighters through inscription of names on what we call the Wall of Names. Wall of Name is part of our garden of remembrance. Now, the wall has got 8 conflicts that shaped who we are as South Africans. But I will focus on the one that is relevant in the context of our talk today. That is the liberation struggle. And pillars of our liberation struggle, as we know, it's mass, it's underground struggle, international struggle, and armed struggle. So the names that we've inscribed on the Wall of Names, the Wall of Names, I regard it as a heritage resource, and I'll touch on that as I go ahead with my presentation. So we've got names that have been inscribed under mass struggle. In other words, those are the mass activities in advancing our liberation struggle. The student uprising and what have you, all those aspects of that are part of our liberation struggle. We have got underground, and at some point, you can't differentiate between underground struggle and armed struggle, because the two are entwined. And then you have the armed struggle. Here you will be seeing names such as Poto, Spolilo, Campaign. These are the earliest armed conflict that our liberation forces actually physically engaged in, and many others that are under armed struggle. You have got MK Death comrades that died, in real mere conflict with the enemy. So we have inscribed all those names. I'm just trying to paraphrase and to be short in the interest of time. The names are approved by a name verification committee. That's to say that we need to validate and make sure, that is to authenticate our processes. So the name verification committee is comprised of delegates from African National Congress, AZAPO, PAC, SARA, COSATU, Missing Person Task Team, and many more. Now, one of the founding principles of Freedom Park is the emancipating of African voice, and that's where now the issue of transforming and the emancipation or emancipatory rule of the institution comes in. The founding principle of the Freedom Park as a heritage site, in terms of its conceptualization, in terms of the construction processes, in terms of selection of information and artifacts that we are using to represent the story spanning 3.6 billion years of human development, starting from pre-colonial to where we are now as a constitutional democracy. It's premised on this notion of the emancipation of African voice. We embrace African belief system in our memorialization to complement the traditional orthodox memorialization practice, that of constructing the wall and what have you. And that, I will touch on that when I speak about isivivan. Now, the African belief systems premised on the notion of emancipation of African voice, and I will talk to this later on. It's employed in line with the understanding of building a cohesive society through spirituality. We believe that there is many ways of going to one supernatural beings. So we create a platform to ensure that we foreground social cohesion through spirituality. And we've got a committee that we call Interfaith Committee. So basically, you have all the belief system represented, Baha'i, you name it, Hinduism, African traditional, African belief system, Christianity, Rastafarian. They are all given platform to actually be part of the program that we actually execute, particularly at isivivan, and I'll touch on that as I go on. Now, this program I'm talking about on memorialization, which is the alternative form of memorialization. It's coming from the cleansing and healing program that is led by the Interfaith, as I've actually said. The cleansing and healing program came as a result of our extensive consultation process when we were actually constructing Freedom Park. When we went to the civil society, they told us to say, hey, eman kancane man, wait a bit. We can't just construct this monument. There's been a lot of shedding of blood on this continent, or not on this continent, in our country. You know, in the many conflicts that shaped who we are, blood was oozed, and therefore there's a need to first cleanse this land before you touch, the brick and mortar in constructing this particular important monument. And I've touched that in terms of the Interfaith Committee. And I'm saying here, this is where the spiritual repatriation of freedom fighters comes in. And we are now part of the national program. We have currently a program that we call Presidential Task Team that is actually pushing or addressing issues that relate to heritage, memorialization, and burial of military veterans. Now, in that particular program, there is a stream that we call memorialization, heritage, and burial of the military veterans, led by Department of Military Veterans, as well as the Department of Sports and Culture. Whereas the agency of Department of Sports and Culture comes in that particular program. We are part of two streams. That is the spiritual repatriation, part of the repatriation program, as well as the memorialization. Spiritual repatriation program, that is where we are coordinating the repatriation of the spirits of cadres that lost their lives out of the shores of our country during liberation struggle. One of that has been the recent repatriation of more than 46 freedom fighters from Zimbabwe and Zambia. The Interfaith Committee comes in there in terms of assisting this team on how spiritual repatriation must be done in line with the African way of doing things. Hence, we are emancipating the African voice in line with how Africans deal with death management when you have passed away from your own home. But I said here, we are as well ensuring that our society is cohesive. So we would say to the family or next of kin of the fallen cadre, what spiritual system would you prefer in terms of repatriation of your own loved one or the cadre? If they are Christians, they will choose that Christianity be the one that actually be executed in repatriating the spirit of that particular cadre. In that case, we have got chaplains from the military section of our former liberation movement that ushers that particular process. If they are from the Hinduism, then they will actually say, okay, we'll do it in a Hinduism way. So we are democratic in a way. Then the alternative forms of memory, we are saying there are different ways of executing memorialization. We cannot only stick to the orthodox traditional method that the apartheid system introduced, that of just constructing monument and what have you. What are the other forms of memorialization? For example, you can do memorialization through theater. You can do memorialization through ukpahla, which is what I'm talking about. So I won't delve much into that because I've just given you some of the examples. Now, we were told that we should actually share with you the objects that we have in our cultural landscape or on our side that relates to the subject matter of the day. In other words, the African liberation heritage. Now, I don't call them objects because object is very much limited. We're a cultural landscape and we don't deal with only objects. We deal with a plethora of heritage resources that should enable us to present and represent our own history. Now, the critical museum that I would call museum, for the sake of an appropriate word, is an interpretive center. We call it Kapo, derived from the language of the oldest group, or not group, but the oldest language of our own country, the Khoisan language, which means a dream is not a dream until it's shared by the entire community. Now, in this interpretive center, we've got objects of liberation struggle. For example, we've got radio freedom. Have you ever heard about radio freedom? You haven't heard about it? The radio freedom was a radio that freedom fighters were actually using to actually spread the word of our liberation struggle. It was based in Zambia, Madagascar, Netherlands. There were different spaces where they were actually operating. And you would hear the late president of ANC addressing the international community and South Africans back home through the radio freedom. So it's one artifact that we have. Other artifacts that we have there, and its softwares, that is the radio freedom and its softwares. We've got historic photographs of former liberation movements, MK, APLA, Azanla forces, and we also have grave goods. In other words, for example, as the missing person task team that is involved in the repatriation and the digging of missed cadres, those that were mysteriously and killed in a heinous way where you don't even know where they are. That particular team is dealing with that in tracking their graves. So whenever they actually come up with the artifacts, for example, cloth or freedom fighter, they hand them to Freedom Park and we preserve them in our museum. The one artifact that was critical in this repatriation program was the scarf of the former General Secretary of ANC, who was buried in Zambia. It came out in the colors of ANC, and we're preserving that. Quickly, we have got the Pan-African Archive that has got records of interviews of freedom fighters. I'll give you an example. President Kenneth Kaunda, we have his own interview at Freedom Park, but that is just to mention but few. The Medu Art Ensemble, Eric Singh Collection, Grandma Mbete, the other day when we were sifting collections, we encountered your photographs when you were still young in Zambia. That was very fascinating. So we have all those at Freedom Park. Then the program director is here, and I think I'm running late in terms of the time that have been allocated to me, is Izvivane, the National Umsamo spiritual resting place of all who died in the struggle for humanity. That's where these cleansing and healing programs are actually conducted. Spirits are collected and then they are then brought to that particular space as we do this repatriation. Wall of Name, I've spoken about it. Liberation struggle education programs. We have now a program that we have been funded by the National Institute of National Institutes of History and Social Sciences, which is being led by a comrade called Castro Quella, who worked in the security, Department of ANC in exile in Angola. The impact, it provides opportunity to families to get closure with the past and provide healing from past atrocities, serves as a symbolic reparation and healing, complements the national education curriculum on struggle-related subject matter, teaches the youth that freedom was not free, and challenges, as I conclude, the collection development of archival resources on liberation struggle, that is the struggle collection, are very sentimental and owned by a plethora of institutions. Some of them, they are actually owned by individual cadres that were part of the struggle. So parting away with those particular artifacts, it becomes a difficult exercise. But also, we've got many institutions that are repositories of this particular collection. And at times, we need to find a way, how do we share these resources? And I think the answer to that, in terms of our own point of departure, is digitization at Freedom Park. And then challenge, again, when we do this digitization of cultural resources, the issue is the issue of funding as well. It's very much critical. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I think my presentation was a bit long, so I had much to share with you. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I wanted to say we want to give more of the time to students for engagement. Ne? We really value, I know he's saying it's not because he undermined the program director. He's saying he's dealing with the spirits most of the time. You know, the exhumations, all this and that he's talking about, just propel him to continue, even if the time is not with us. As I call the next speaker, from Robben Island Museum, let me also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Kosi Tumo, a researcher and historian. If you can just greet our Mungal. I'm also told I must acknowledge the presence of Mr. Masora Elvis, Limpopo Geographical Names Committee member. Karahlabiru. So what's the name of our Then, as you come, we also acknowledge the presence of Hoshi Marishana Mas. Just go for a jugula, ne? Then the rest shall follow. Can I go to police?
Doesn't seem to be. Okay. Yes. It's an afternoon. Good afternoon, and I would like to then say all protocol observed and not disrespecting the people, the dignitaries, VIPs that are amongst us, but just to be cautious of the time. And I would like to be upfront to say that I may be summarizing the presentation because of the time. However, I believe that maybe tomorrow or today will be given an opportunity for you to be able to engage. My focus will be on the heritage programs and collections that we have, also including in that their impact and the challenges that we encounter. To give you a brief background, that Robben Island is a public entity, and we are responsible for the conservation and managing the Robben Island Museum with the collections and everything. And we are also a World Heritage Site. We have 4 subsidiary sites: the Nelson Mandela Gateway, where you bought the boat to the island. And we have the Maibuye Archives, which is situated in the University of the Western Cape. That's where our collections are housed. And we have Jetty 1. Jetty 1 is the original boarding space, boarding jetty, that was used during the apartheid period. All the new one, the new jetty that we are using is not the one that was used by the ex-political prisoners, and we have Key 501. I like this part, that we are described as a university of life. And we still maintain that we are a university of life, because this term didn't just come. It was because strategies for a future society based on tolerance, respect, and non-racialism, they were nurtured at Robben Island. So in the midst of the suffering that happened there, but ex-political prisoners, they had time to strategize for a just society. We have evidence to say that even people who went to the island who have not seen a door to a formal education, but they came back having some kind of a qualification, even if it's a formal or informal. But you will not come to Robben Island and live the same, even now. So we still maintain that by putting an emphasis on education, on debate and lifelong learning, because we believe that is the key role of RIM as a heritage site, and also its human rights discourse. You know, as heritage sites, we are mandated to preserve the tangible and intangible heritage for generations. That's why it is very important for us as heritage sites, when we design programs, at least we must have youth in mind. Because who are we preserving this heritage if we are not preserving it for the young people who will take it to other generations? But you know, the challenge, Chairperson and Program Director, is to remain relevant. Because as heritage sites, we compete with the entertainment industry. If I give you a 200 rands to spend as a young person, where would you go? Would you go to a heritage site, or would you go to movies? So that's our challenge. That's our challenge, that when young people view heritage sites, they view it in the same light with an entertainment industry. And then if we are in that light with the same level with the entertainment industry, obviously it's a tough competition for us. The most valuable heritage at Robben Island, it's about our stories. It's about our memories and our lessons which are linked to the site. So Now, how do we then convert those stories and memories and lessons into educational programs? It is a very careful responsibility that we undertake to interpret, we curate and conserve this tangible and intangible heritage so that we are able to then embark on a research that will come up with programs, educational programs that are taken or are influenced by the narrative of the site. We have seen, experience has taught us that the use of technology seems to be the preferred methodology in the narrative of heritage stories. So that's why we are now adapting the Jetty One so that we can have a mainland museum that will be able to give immersive experience. Currently, our programs are, the focus is on nation building, that includes social cohesion and also nurturing leadership skills on young people. We have also realized that if then we are talking about young people, obviously those people are people that are at school. We have programs designed for school-going learners and also programs that are designed for higher education students. So we have then, in an attempt to be relevant as well, we collaborated with the education sector. In our nation, building youth camps and outreach programs so that we ensure that what we present out there, it is grade and level aligned. We did that when there was the time of the CAPS, because we wanted to be CAPS compliant in all our programs. So if we then present programs and say this program is for the 16 to 18-year-old audience, we know that even the curriculum is aligned to that. It is also very important to be agile, because we receive requests from different people who will be saying, I want to bring my group. This group, it's young professionals, and I want them to be equipped or to be capacitated on this. So we need to get a brief and then be agile enough to be able to contextualize and present what is needed by the different audiences. You cannot, in this day and age, apply a one-size-fits-all. So if you come as students from University of Limpopo, your humanities students, you go to us, you tell us exactly what you want to be capacitated on, we will be able to design a program that fits your need. We have also realized the value of intergenerational dialogue. Young people, they always tell us that we don't want you to talk about us in our absence. So these intergenerational dialogue, they provide opportunity for young and old people to have a roundtable conversations through our seminar or colloquium programming. We have programs such as that I have explained earlier on, our nation building youth camps, which are open to all 9 provinces in South Africa, and we have included SADC countries. We just had one, which is our flagship program. We call it Spring School because it's a 7-day program which occurs during the South African spring holiday. In that one, we include SADC countries as well. We had with us this year, Eswatini, we had Namibia, we had Botswana and Lesotho. We have seminars. We have a strategic research agenda. We have put together this agenda so that we can attract university students to assist us in all areas that still need research. So you are able to select from this strategic research agenda a topic that fits or is aligned with your studies. And we do support students who embark on that. Outreach programs, in our outreach programs, we realize that Robben Island is in Cape Town, Western Cape, and it's not a Western Cape site. It's a national site, it is a World Heritage Site. Therefore, due to socio-economic conditions, there is no way that there will be a challenge. Not everyone will be able to get to Cape Town. So with this one, I loosely call it, we are taking the island to the people. So we go to all the 9 provinces, and in that delegation or the team, we will always have an ex-political prisoner. But what we have done now, noticing that people, they live with ex-political prisoners in their communities, but they don't know them. So if we come to Tzaneen, we will check in our database who's the ex-political prisoner who resides in Tzaneen, and then we will use that person, because that's also your heritage. That's also your information person who you can go to. I'm going to just spend 3 minutes on our collections. These collections, they are known as the UWC, Robben Island Museum, Maibuye Archives. They are in the UWC campus, and these collections were given to us, let's say to UWC first, by the International Defense and Aid Fund, the EDAF collections. And from 1992, the ex-political prisoners, they came and donated what they had about the apartheid era and their imprisonment. And what we have, then in 2000, the new South African Parliament recommended that this collection be integrated into Robben Island Museum. That's why now they are our collection. They consist of unique materials. We have historical documents, we have audio-visual archives, photographic archives, and objects. But what is important, all collections, they tell a story. Our Robben Island collections, they tell a story of liberation. That's what is important. And what we have done now is to embark on a process of digitization so that we are extending the lifespan of those collections, and also ensuring that they are accessible to wherever you are. I am challenging you that please make use of those collections. Make use of those collections. You can get them on our website. You can then, they can assist in your studies, and also just ulithandazwe, so that they talk about the anti-apartheid struggles, and the aim is to remain alive in the consciousness of the country and the world. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols upheld. I am representing the Zico Museums of South Africa. We are one of the museums that probably had to go through a process of restructuring, unlike the presenters that has gone before us. We are one of those museums that has a rich colonial as well as an apartheid narrative and collection. And we have probably one of the biggest collections in terms of colonial and apartheid collections. Our sites are quite extensive and we have 3 different collections, so we are diverse in terms of natural history, art, as well as social history collections. Unfortunately, I won't be able to speak on our collections because it is so extensive. It includes cultural objects from across our nation as well as international objects, as well as when it comes to specimens in terms of natural history collections, we are really diverse. During the past decades, we have worked extremely hard in terms of transforming our collections as well as transforming our exhibitions. In the first image, you see a few of our museums, and I will be focusing on some of them that has undergone a radical transformation over the period of time. Our museum education programs are connected to our collections, and our programs are also extensive. We have a department that looks at social history education, natural history education, art education. We also have a public programs collective as well as an outreach department. So our museum tried to cohesively ensure that all parts of public is educated and has access to our heritage and cultural programs. In terms of the social history collection, our Slave Lodge program includes quite a lot of human rights and social justice, and it links to slavery, liberation struggle, and decolonization. Today we have listened and we heard quite a lot in terms of the liberation struggle, and we learned quite a lot about the apartheid system, but liberation struggle goes beyond the apartheid system. Liberation struggle goes back to the enslaved narrative, and within the Zico, we are very passionate in terms of bringing that slave narrative to life. It has undergone quite a lot of transformation during the past couple of years, and especially at the Zico Slave Lodge, we look at community and youth programs that includes and incorporates social justice and ensure that everybody can participate. So for our university students, we have a social justice program, for example, that looks at how the Bill of Rights is being implemented in the university institutions, or whether it is within our communities and within our townships, and how these rights are actually upheld. And if it is not, we come together through the program, we create an action plan which is then sent to the councillors, and in that way we ensure that all programs and social issues are addressed. We have currently, in the past few years, we have also collaborated with government as well as NPO organizations, and we have become quite subversive in terms of making sure that we speak around gender-based violence. And our programs focus not only on women and children, but we also give a voice to male gender-based violence and to the males within our society. We have intergenerational programs to ensure that there are intergenerational discussions among the youth as well as our elderly, and these focus usually around human rights and social justice. Our programming in social history, we really focus on identity making and the issue of identity in South Africa, because it is so multi-layered, and especially within the Western Cape, where the issue is around colored identity and what makes us colored. We also make sure that we address the issue of our indigenous participants, and we ensure in looking at what is Khoi, what is San, and how does indigenous identity play a role within the whole making around what a South African is and what an African is. So we have programs around identity making and intergenerational discussions to unpack the issue around identity making within South Africa. We ensure that we have intergenerational discussions around freedom and what that freedom means, and in terms of the struggle. When we think of struggle and when we think of liberation, we always only think of the apartheid movement. There has been enslavement. Enslavement is a liberation movement all on its own. We need to understand that before we had apartheid, we had slavery, and we had to liberate ourselves from that enslavement. So we wanted to ensure that not only apartheid heroes are remembered, but that our enslaved heroes are remembered as well. And to that we have ensured within the Slave Lodge that we have a memorial wall that highlights the lives of the enslaved. We also ensure that it is a holistic program, and with the holistic, we're not only looking at cultural norms and heritage, we're also looking at language and how language plays a role within our various cultures and heritage. So during February month, we usually look at a specific language within South Africa, and we highlight that language throughout the year through intergenerational discussions, through programming for both learners as well as the community at large. One of our most important programs as well is to ensure that we look at medicines, and especially our indigenous medicines, and how that plays a role within our various cultures, and to keep it alive and to bring it alive for our communities as well as for our youth. This is a highlight just to show how the museum has undergone change. So on the left-hand side, you will notice is an image with learners. And if you look on the wall, you will notice there are small images of what the Slave Lodge used to look like and how it changed. And we have totally transformed this whole space to create an idea and create a culture and a heritage that includes all South Africans. Before, in the Slave Lodge, there was no connection to our indigenous groups within South Africa. The slave narrative was only around the enslaved. And we wanted to ensure that the indigenous voice was present within the Slave Lodge as well. And it was included within our new exhibition that we have. And because identity is such a big issue, it's not something that South Africans alone struggle with, especially from a slavery perspective. We have a collection in terms of identity making that connects us to the Reunion Islands and how identity was shaped within the Reunion Islands, especially when it comes to naming, and it is linked especially to the Ezekiel Slave Lodge. Our programs look at not only looking at programs for school learners, which we have on a daily basis, but also making sure that we connect with our communities. Not only the youth and not only students, but also our elderly. It has become extremely important that our elderly gets acknowledged and that our elderly is seen and that they know that they are seen. So we have created a platform where our elderly can come and interact not only with our youth, but also within the space and take hold of that space and understand that when they come into our museums, that it is their spaces, that it is safe spaces where they can come and actually be heard in terms of the issues that they are struggling with on a daily basis. So these are just images to show how our museum has transformed to ensure that all peoples are included within the slave narrative. We have a liberation collection as well. We do not want to recreate the narratives around which is presented by Robben Island. So our narrative in terms of the liberation struggle focuses specifically on the Western Cape and the Western Cape experience in terms of the liberation struggle, in terms of the heroes that has participated and who has died during the liberation struggle. We also ensure that there is a narrative that includes some other political parties, which sometimes are not focused on. So we have a focus on the Communist Party and those activists that has given up their lives for the struggle during the apartheid period. Our focus on gender-based violence, we are working very closely with social development as well as SAPs, as well as NPO organizations, and during the past 2 or 3 years, we have actually created a safe space for gender-based violence, and we have become the space where people know that they come and can interact with and have access to those government institutions via the programs that we facilitate. Museums has to take a space within our daily lives and within our narratives. And we also understand that museums also have a place of power, and how that power was misused during the colonial as well as during the apartheid period. So we focus on programs that looks at how museums and power play a role within the discourse of communities and within the spaces of our indigenous spaces, and to ensure that our youth understands the role of museums as not only being places where things are placed in boxes or where things are locked up, but that they can actually have access to the collections. So we do have programs that include behind the scenes, where people can actually go and have a look at those objects that they would never see on exhibitions. And we do those in smaller groups. So those are for universities as well as communities and learners. We have programs for university students where they are able to come and work within our collections as part of their studies. These are just images of intergenerational discussions, and as part of the process, because we work with so much trauma, especially within the social history section of our education department, we make sure that we have a meditation session at the end of all of our programs. We want to make sure that our people go back after exploring and after unpacking all of that trauma, that they are steadfast and that they are brought to a space where they have an understanding of healing, and that they live in a space of peace when they leave our spaces and our programs. The National Gallery facilitates art therapy programs around learners with special needs as well as adults with special needs, and recently we looked specifically at an intergenerational workshop where we were looking at the experiences of motherhood. And I think sometimes we forget that motherhood is a very important aspect of our lives, and that mothers plays a huge role in terms of creating the humans that we are today. So we were looking at the challenges that young mothers face in the various townships and photographing those experiences. We looked also at community programs at the gallery, specifically focusing on calligraphy. So these are some images where the soil has been used within the company gardens to create artwork, which was created by these special needs learners, and it was taken back to these schools where they have peace gardens, and these art objects were then placed in these peace gardens. At the SA Museum, we had a focus on indigenous plants and spatial ways of knowing, and we explored not only indigenous links to plants and wellness, but concepts of how the absence of green landscapes is part of land disposition. International Day of World Indigenous Peoples, we looked at having indigenous healers and herbalists who informed the public of Khoi and San culture in urban contexts to combat extinction myths. There are also quite a lot of intergenerational indigenous conversations with Cape Flats communities where they are turning quite increasingly to indigenous methodologies to strengthen community ties. So we ensure that there are quite a lot of indigenous practices being upheld within our spaces. So these are some of the interactions that and programs that we ran with indigenous groups that facilitated programs around indigenous knowledge, especially around medicines and plants. Our Ezekiel mobile bus goes across the 9 provinces. Communities, schools, universities are able to contact us at any time, and our bus will bring collections to the various communities, and they interact and facilitate workshops in those communities linked to the societal issues that they are currently experiencing. So that is a short overview of the kind of educational work that Ezekiel is doing, not only within the Western Cape, but nationally across our 9 provinces. Thank you.
Thank you. My apology. You can see that when it is raining, it's saying to us that we need to organize an event of this nature. We need a week-long program of this nature. It's so congested, we understand. I'm sure the HOD has given marching orders with the University of Limpopo. They also made a commitment. I hope that we can be able to, take quite a week dealing with these issues and so on. Thank you. Whoever has programmed, we have agreed we are going to have question and answers. That's the most basic thing. But reflections from the floor, these things are dialectical, so they are interlinked. So we are going to say when we do question and answer, we also deal with the reflections from the floor. Then we know we are almost at the tail end. So just put whatever you wanted to ask. We are going to allow you more space for you to deal with these issues. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Ke gona mo Maila.
Tome.
E reng ke thomeng ka o le dumedisha ka moka ka tatelano ya bogolo ke re dumelang abusheni Lochani, what is the other way? Sanbonani. We are not used to that. I get a do khetha di kgomo ka maswika sa gesho serialo. Program director, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for involving us as a LIRA. I would like to acknowledge our mother who decided to devote some time to be with us, the former deputy president. As LIRA in the province, we highly acknowledge, we highly, really, and sincerely appreciate your presence. Ngiyabulele. Ladies and gentlemen, as LIRA, this is again another opportunity that we have been offered by the Nelson Mandela Museum. And more so that if you check in terms of the program, we are the only provincial heritage authority. The country has got 9, but they singled us as LIRA. Not necessarily because they visited our province. I believe they want also now, they want us to share what is it that we are doing within the province. And program director, I'm going to strictly adhere to the guidelines that we were given by Nelson Mandela Museum, how to prepare this presentation. This is the layout. And when you talk of Limpopo province, you know the baobab tree. You can't talk of Limpopo province without the baobab tree. The layout, that is how it has been structured. When you talk of Limpopo province, you cannot leave out the World Heritage Site. We feel very proud of sites of this nature. Now, in my introduction, I've got a good number of slides, but I'm going to run quickly through them. The first one is just to share with you who we are and what is our mandate. And it has been clearly shared in terms of who we are and what is our mandate, and then whom do we report to. We don't report to the head of department. We report directly to the MEC because we are a statutory body. And secondly, we report directly to the MEC because in terms of our mandate, we are supposed to advise the MEC on matters of preservation, protection, and management of heritage sites. Now, this is one of the pictures we took after our meeting with the MEC. You might be seeing some of the faces here. Some are departmental representatives and others are board members. This is our mission, vision. I mean, in order to to focus on your mandate, you must be within your vision, mission, and mandate. And you could see ways like identify, protection, preservation, management, they come, frequently. And then we've got our values as well: diversity, innovation, teamwork, reliability. That is what we are believing in. We are also, Program Director, guided by the legislation. The National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1995 is core and fundamental. Our province has got its own regulation, Limpopo Heritage Regulation of 2003. It also guides us. Above all, we've got the Constitution of the country, which is fundamental. Now, what are our aims? I've bolded key words that really shows what our mandate are. So this is something that we really feel that is very, very important in terms of focusing on our mandate. And something that I could add, collaboration with the two institutions in the province. The story you narrated, it again comes back to Lira, University of Limpopo and University of Venda, that these students who are in front of us, in order to appreciate, to preserve, to show interest in our heritage, we need to have qualifications. And those qualifications, and I know I've been in that space for some years, when you develop a program, they will speak the language of viability. Yeah, but honestly speaking, when you talk of heritage, these ones, so that they mustn't lose their identity of being lions, qualifications are needed. And again, we as Lira, when we propagate for preservation, the very same students who shall be studying, they need to be given space, and then they must be absorbed. Now, what is our mandate? I'm just quickly going to run through the mandate. The NARA Act is fundamental. Section 23, it's very clear in terms of how we are established. And also now, Section 23 is how we are established. Section 24, our responsibilities. It is always, since I've been in this space, it's important that when you operate, you are guided by the legislation, with the avoiding instances like, you find in a situation where now you end up being litigated, because we are dealing with very, very sensitive and delicate matters here, as I shall be proceeding. In one of the meetings on the issue of advice, the MEC presented it categorically that as Lira, you can take a political decision as long as it's within your mandate. So indeed, that is basically what we are doing. For this year, for example, we managed to have meetings with the portfolio committee on sports, arts and culture, though it was a meet and greet meeting, but they wanted to know what our mandate is. And then we also managed to meet with the grievance, the legislature committee on grievance and petitions, about cases that I've already mentioned that they are very sensitive and delicate. And again also, we are moving around the entire province, meeting traditional leadership, Mahoshi, and with the whole intention of making sure that we are known. Like I said from the beginning, to this, the National Mandela Museum is another opportunity of Lira, to make it known within the province, because there is still now that dichotomy where we are not known. This is the organogram, and we are 9 board members elected by the MEC, and in terms of representativity, we are covering the 4 districts of Limpopo. I discussed with the Director, Heritage and Museum, that the current, board members exclude Vembe, and the mistake will be rectified. I mean, always when we visit a particular district, when we go to Skukune, for example, Ngwatu is an ambassador. He's the one who must welcome us, speak in the language, follow all the protocols within, within that area. So that is how we are doing it. And you can see in terms of the demographics, we are also not only focusing on one group. Now, this is something which I think I may spend a bit of time on it. It's very important and crucial. Like I said, we are under construction. Lira has been there for 23 years. And get me clearly, we are not saying they were not doing their work. No. Instead, we are, improving, continuing with the good work that they've been doing. Now, learning from other entities within the countries, what is it that we are planning to come up with? Because this was supposed to have been formalized on the 30th of September. We couldn't do it since we had a meeting with the grievance and petition committee. So we're going to meet on Friday the 17th, adopt, this plan. We've got 6 subcommittees, and the subcommittees cover the entire space. As presenters were doing here, as they were presenting here, you could hear that they are talking about this and that. Now, in our case, we decided to say, let's have these 6 key fundamental committees: finance, nominations, grading and declaration, heritage resources management, built environment, archaeology and burial grounds, heritage promotion and marketing, and then the last one, policy, research and publications. Hence, today, I say, we want to partner with universities. We want to publish. Lira has got, an advantage of having 2 professors. We can publish articles in peer-reviewed journals, and then at the end of the day, we share that piece of cake. It will also now, be boosting our budget. Now, what do you see it appearing in red? That's where we've got crisis. And a crisis, again, what means? We need experts. And the experts, how are we going to deal with it? We'll approach universities, we'll approach individuals. Like on the 24th of this month, I've got a meeting with some professors, and one of them is coming from your university in Tadekomeswan. We want to partner with them. We want them to come and help us. Because I'm not an expert in built environment and archaeology and burial grounds. So now when we've got cases that we must handle with, we need professionals. We need people who are scholarly in the field. So believe me, within the next year we'll be talking a different language. And all the sections mentioned, identified, they are within the National Heritage Act as well as the Limpopo Heritage Regulation. Now, the committees I've mentioned above, what we did, we developed terms of reference. Each committee has got its purpose and terms of reference and the purpose. So the subcommittees that are going to, work as per the identified areas, they will be guided by these terms of reference. I'm just going through them. Then this slide, it means we we are partially incompetent. Provincial heritage authorities are supposed to be assessed by the South African Heritage Council. Now, in our case, we have been assessed and then found partially competent. Why? We don't have enough manpower on heritage resources management, heritage requirements, and the last one, appointment and powers of heritage inspectors. Again, we are still going to come back to institutions of higher learning to support us. Next year, October, we need to submit a portfolio of evidence to SARA, and where all these issues shall have been addressed. Now, Ntate Maila, ke a bona hore bjale pele ya go ya fela is ka tla ga ema. We've got medium-term planning. Like the way they gave us the skeleton. What is it? What is it that you are planning? We've got to start with the short term. The short term. And if you go through all those short-term partnership with stakeholders such as Tibet College, Heritage Desk, universities, district municipalities is key and fundamental. We cannot operate in isolation. And the beauty of it is we've got a website, www.lira.org.za. You can visit the website, it's up and running, we're still populating it. Now the medium term, these are the financial institutions that Maila. You know, always when we are attending meetings, we complain about the piece of cake. That is why we are thinking that as LIRA, perhaps we need to partner, especially having the research and publication committee. We can generate a lot of money through that in partnership with institutions of higher learning. Like I indicated earlier, they want jobs, and we cannot come here and speak in tongues and forgetting that tomorrow they need to be employed. So we need to think of that. We cannot talk of preservation and heritage management thinking of Mapungubye, Chate, Shitangazimeri, and all those things. And otherwise, and then the long term, these are long ones, is what we are intending to do, and then apply the three-tier grading. Currently, we've got 3 hanging fruits that we want to declare as heritage sites, because the 3-tier means declaration at district level, province, and national. Now, national goes to SARA. It's not, but we do that with them. We partner with them in that. So now challenges, I've already touched on them for the sake of time. So they are there. Maragasa Reshivare, Husego Bija. And Rengwana, Watala, Lungwana, Melega, Rauna Dijon. Ritano Bonare Yapilo, Naudirahi. Maila, that translator or Grilling. Now, these are the examples of the Heritage Museum. You know what? I'm happy Nelson Mandela is here. This museum is one of the very, very, very crucial, important museum in the province. It's a medical museum, and it's a site that has been declared by the province in Elim Hospital. If you could go there and see what is happening there, dear Chusha, and this is the monument that has been recently declared by SARA in November district. The HOD spoke about the Charter Heritage Resistant Liberation route. We are part of that. We are part of that. And recently there was a delegation that went to KwaZulu-Natal. As per the mandate of the Royal House, ya Bapedi gore re nyaka gore tšela le di leng kua ga kgoši kwa Zululand kua le re direle tša go swana le tšona tše. So they went there and were quite sure something will happen in that regard. This is the community meetings that we take. We go to the meetings, talk to them, rabolela le bona, and then this is the meeting we had with Sarah when they were workshopping us when we were in Polokwane, and that is still continuing. And this is the cases that we are dealing with. Like I said, we are dealing with very sensitive and delicate cases. Jamabita. And you know these days or now what is happening. Development really in a mile ibale matata. In one council that I serve, babulela ka gore go na le batho ba ile gore they just decide to think or they can make money out of that. Chitanga Zimeri, the one that the HOD spoke about it, we are also part of it. And then, thank you.
You know, he was saying to me before that it's the time for the pills. So now he continues speaking. So and there's no EMS with us here. Thanks, Prof. Thanks very much. Sarah?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So firstly, greetings to you all. Thank you for joining us. I also just want to firstly acknowledge the Honorable Deputy President. I also want to acknowledge all of the other speakers today. So my name is Clinton. I am the Senior Manager for Heritage Information, Policy and Skills Development at the South African Heritage Resources Agency. Sorry, that is exceptionally long. So when I say SARA, I'm referring to the organization I work for. SARA is the heritage agency for the country. I also just kind of want to make a note from Prof. Machopa, the chairperson of LIRA. He was being very nice. When he came in as the chairperson of the LIRA Council, there has been such a turnaround there, and I just want to say I'm very proud of the work that they're doing. And also a shout out to the other provincial authority that's here today, the Eastern Cape Provincial Authority, and the members there, and their manager, Azola. So I just want to acknowledge the work they do. Without them, nothing really that I'm talking about would be possible. So today I've just prepared a selection of some of the programs that SARA is currently doing, things that speak to the theme of today, as well as some of the things that we're doing to try and support those that are actively engaged with transformation of the heritage landscape, people that are working in museums, etc. So firstly, for those of you that don't know SARA, just a little bit about who we are. So SARA is a statutory body that was created in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act. And we are the national body responsible for the protection, management, and coordination of cultural heritage resources across the country. So each of the provincial authorities are responsible for managing things within their province, and as SARA, we're at the national level. We oversee kind of the national kind of perspective on heritage. So really, our role is to coordinate the identification, recording, and management of South African heritage, to promote and encourage public awareness. We're also there to assist, advise, and provide professional expertise to any authority that is responsible for the management of the national estate. You would have seen in the LIRA presentation, we were there in order to provide some sort of assistance in order to do a bit of a workshop with them. We're also here to monitor and ensure compliance with national principles, standards, and policy. So when things go wrong, we're the people that also need to crack the whip. And finally, one of the most important things is, as SARA being the national body, we're supposed to be introducing an integrated system for identification, assessment, and management of heritage resources. Okay, so the first program that I would like to introduce is the survey and mapping of liberation heritage resources within SADC and other selected countries. So something quite important is that the heritage of South Africa, and particularly as it relates to the struggle for liberation, doesn't solely exist within the political borders of South Africa as we know it today. Due to the nature of the conflict and the support that was provided by our neighboring countries, a lot of our heritage is sitting within those countries. Places such as graves, places of banishment, homes of liberation struggle icons, training camps, etc. And these are spread all throughout the region. And without a clear understanding of where they are and what they are, being able to target interventions such as recognition of them, memorialization, as well as the simple idea of repatriation actually is a very difficult task. So in order to engage with this, the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture has tasked SARA with a project to survey and map heritage resources and especially graves within SADC as well as other relevant countries. So we've got a list of 20 priority countries, those that sit within the SADC bloc, as well as a few other countries that we're also aware of that provided support to the liberation movement. And we know that there are heritage resources that are within those borders, whether they be graves or people that died in exile. So the aim of this project is firstly documentation and inventory. So it aims to identify and document the location and as well as the nature of liberation heritage resources such as graves, camps, and cultural landscapes. It also aims to support repatriation. So as a baseline for this, we are going to be generating data that is going to then be handed over to SARA's Restitution and Repatriation Office in order to empower them a bit more to undertake the operations that they need to undertake. In some of the programs that they've done, it becomes very difficult for them when they go out to places and they're not actually sure where certain heritage resources are, so it's our role to try and support them in that. And finally, integration and accessibility. So one of the key things that SARA does, and I'll mention it next, is facilitating what we call the inventory of the national estate. So this information will then become part of South Africa's inventory of heritage resources. It doesn't matter that they are not within the borders of the country, it's still important that they form part of what we consider to be heritage. Okay, so I've already noted this, but the project feeds into two priority areas, so the Restitution and Repatriation Office, and then the Liberation Heritage Route that was mentioned earlier as well. And this is just a map showing the various countries that we are planning to be undertaking surveys in. This is a long-term project. We're looking at doing this over a period of approximately 6 years. There's 20 countries. It's a lot of places to visit, and there's a lot of planning and kind of diplomatic engagement that needs to occur beforehand. So we're looking at 6 years, but we're currently in the process of establishing our first target, where we're looking at either approaching Namibia or Botswana to undertake the first surveys this year. Okay, the next project I want to introduce, and this is really also saying that anyone that knows me knows that if a presentation is given by me, I have to speak about SARIS, which is the South African Heritage Resources Information System. And it's how as SARA we are moving towards promoting public access to heritage resources. This is also a program that when I started in SARA 11 years ago. This has essentially been my baby that I've been nursing for 11 years. So the South African Heritage Resources Information System, or SARA for short, is an online portal that SARA has developed in order to provide heritage information to the broader South African public as well as to the world. It has been in place for a number of years. This was actually first went live in 2013, but the reason I'm bringing it up is we actually did a project of completely rebuilding the system from the ground up, from scratch. And we launched it last year during Heritage Month. So if anyone has interacted with the system before, there's a completely new look and feel, and we were hoping to improve on the system. It's also important to note that it's one of those things where, as government, this is not a project that we just start and then just sort of let it go on. This is being actively supported, and we want to show that we are constantly building on it. So the system acts as a heritage repository for sites. It's a collections management system for museums, and not just museums, but also communities who want to record their heritage resources. And it also acts as our integrated management system. So any type of heritage application that is made across the country goes onto the system, and it actually means that you as members of the public are able to see the decisions that heritage authorities make about heritage resources. So this is just an example of a record, and the two maps at the bottom just show how our data on heritage resources that have been identified in South Africa has increased. So the blue dots is 2013 when the system went live, and the red is actually a few years old now. That I think is around 2022, and it's increased even further since then. So, and as you can see, when we first went live, there was a very heavy bias towards the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, and we have been working very hard to try and bridge that gap a lot. And I'm quite happy to say that we are getting there. Long way to go, but we're still getting there. Just an example of how we record heritage objects, whether they're in museums or within private collections. But it's a tool that was developed to try and assist people, and especially museums that don't have financial resources or access to collections management tools, so that they can use it free of charge in order to manage their collections according to best practice. It's also a way of putting information on heritage resources, objects that are sitting in museums, out into the public domain. So it removes that barrier, that almost mysticism about what is sitting within particular museums across the country. And then I've already mentioned this just as our management tool, but the important thing really is just the public access to the decisions that as authorities we make. It allows members of the public to see how we are managing heritage on behalf of the country. It also allows you to even make appeals should you have additional information or feel that incorrect decisions have been made. So it's really about transparency and being transparent as a government entity. Okay, so really it's an open system that anyone can use, so any person can register for an account. You can explore heritage sites, you can explore objects that are housed in museums, those have been made public, and you can access our decisions. Any person as well can use the tool to record heritage resources. So this is great for community-led identification projects. So anyone can actually record a heritage resource and include it on the system. And the same goes for heritage objects. Anyone can put a heritage object on the system. So it doesn't have to be a museum. It can even be communities who are wanting to create community collections. Don't worry, I'll keep it, I'll keep it short, I see you. The next thing I wanted to raise was mapping of South Africa's museums. So you heard earlier from my colleague from Aziko, some of the amazing work that's being done at museums, also at Freedom Park. But one of the problems is publicity of museums. And whilst Aziko and Freedom Park are major institutions, there are so many small museums that are doing incredible work that no one knows about. So we've recently partnered with the South African Museums Association in order to create an online map of South African museums. So we've put together this map using the SAMA database of museums. So there's around 301 museums that we've mapped so far across the country. We're hoping to get more because this was just based on what SAMA had on their records, especially in areas such as the Northern Cape, Limpopo, and the Northwest. But we've also opened it up as well. So an invitation has gone out through SAMA as well in order to help map South Africa's museums. So when people know about museums, or if you're a representative of a museum, you're able to actually supply us with that information so we can get onto the map. Responses to that haven't been particularly great. We've had 31 responses so far, but we're hoping to open this up further in order to kind of build this database and be able to acknowledge where these museums sit within the country. So features of the map, really, people are able to search for by province, they're able to click on it, get a little bit of information, who to contact, etc., and what this particular institution is about. I'm moving. A very important one is the National Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Map. It's been mentioned a few times now. So this is a national project, and SARA plays a role within this. So the National Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route is a project aimed at linking sites together that have a common historical narrative related to the liberation struggle. And one of SARA's roles in this is the creation of an actual map to make this accessible to the public. So through the data that's been supplied by the steering committee, we have added 307 sites related to resistance and liberation heritage to this map. And this is a portal that you're able to navigate to, be able to see which sites related to resistance and liberation heritage are in any particular area, click on it and get more information about why it's important. So funny, people keep mentioning Chartier because I've just put it over there. Okay, as I've said, it's an interactive map, so I'll leave everyone to kind of explore it a bit more. And then the final project that I wanted to touch on relates to kind of that idea of public accessibility of museum collections. It's the Western Cape Museums project. The only reason it's Western Cape is because, well, it's a project we've been trying to get off the ground for many, many years, and Western Cape is the first province that's really kind of taken it on. But it's a project that's going to be going out to all the provinces. I know that there are representatives of the Limpopo museums here. I see you, I'm coming for you next. So this is a project where they are bringing all of their provincial museum collections onto SARS so that they are managed digitally and that we're able to make some of those collections publicly accessible as well. So there's a little over 30 museums in the province that will be part of this project, and so far 8 of those museums have been loaded onto the system. 1, 2, 3, 4 are fully complete, and 4 still have a little bit of work to do. But this goes a long way in terms of providing public access and demystifying what is sitting within institutions. And I feel that that's really important. It's very difficult to be able to cherish your heritage when you actually don't know what is there. So we're hoping to be able to remove that barrier. This is just an example of some objects that are loaded onto the system. So with that, thank you very much. I hope I was helpful for you.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, it's quite a long day. Thanks very much, Sarah. We have, after some discussions, we have realized that it's very important for us to deal with any other thing that is required for the day. When we'll be going for lunch, we'll not be coming back. So that's why we wanted you to have more time for discussions. We don't want you to be bombarded with things, and when you leave this hall, you are unsure of whether you could have asked someone you got the opportunity or not. But at this time, colleagues and dignitaries and everybody else, we are going to allow one of very few leaders who voluntarily said, I've played my part. More often than not only in Africa, but worldwide, if a person has served in government for some years, when you retire, you are either going to court several times, or you are under house arrest, or you are in self-imposed exile, or you are in the bush trying to regroup somewhere else, or you want to every day criticize every step of the current leadership. But Deputy President, we are quite thankful, Mama, that even when we are coming here, we haven't seen buses of young people coming and chanting and accusing new leaders. You still remain humble. which is an example for this young generation that is here. Our mama has spent many, many years in exile. And when I was outside, I was just talking to one friend of mine, and he was saying, Papa, you are saying he was in Dar es Salaam, he was in Zambia, all these other countries. But I can't see how to marry her presence with AK-47. So he was saying, how do that relate? Her looking at her and then thinking about AK-47. I said, no. Someone who has been sober all along, able to carry the nation to this far. The former Speaker of National Assembly and the former Deputy President of the country. Let's welcome her and accord her the necessary respect. And while we clap our hands, let's have music there. We dance without being coerced to do anything, just to appreciate your role, Mama. Thank you very much.
All the traditional leadership that are here, for a start, because those are the people from whom we draw for heritage and knowledge about who we are. I'd like to greet everybody who is here, especially the VIPs who are the youngest people in the room. Those are the VIPs. I always regard young people as our hope, our promise for the future that we have been fighting for, that it will finally prevail because they are here with us. They are here listening, and I'm sure you are here because you are interested. You are serious about everything that was said today. I'd like to greet everybody who is here on the stage with every bit of respect in me. I'd like to say all protocol indeed observed. I must thank in particular the Nelson Mandela Museum leadership, my young leader over there, who's been to China now, as I promised him one day when I was talking to him when we first met in the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much for how much I have learned today. I've learned a lot here today, myself sitting there listening. Partly I'm relieved because I have learned, in particular Lyra, Sarah, I'm listening and hearing how much work you are doing. Some of the issues I am very anxious about every day in my life, I can tell you are attending to. But my worry is, when does it get to be structured and properly managed and financed at a district level? Because I think that's closer to where the communities are. So when that structure gets to that level, you begin to have the hope that, yeah, okay, it's getting closer to where our people can feel and begin to know and be part and parcel of what is done to manage their own identities that have been obliterated by colonialism and imperialism. So let's not be idealistic about the damage to us collectively. I'm saying let us know that colonialism has messed us up. So people, families, and my brother here, this is my brother, this is Ambassador Mbete, he's in Guinea-Bissau. He is my brother. Uzemva kwam ngamshiya libele likama, who comes from this province, by the way. I forgot to say that. Our mother comes from this province. She was born in Butokwa. So when we're here, we're at home. Never mind that, because she is sleeping in the Eastern Cape now, and has had communication lines when I was planning to go and sleep there next to them to tell me, you think I'm a fool. I come from Butokwa, but here I'm sleeping here. And that's heritage for you. In practice. This is the reality of it, not just theory about it. I got to know at some point that there's no way I am going to be sleeping with my parents. I'm going to be sleeping where this ring comes from. That's our culture, that's heritage. Those are some of the meanings you only get to appreciate in real life, in your personal life, but in the family. I think I must just confine myself to a comment about an issue that was highlighted by a young man I came across in a podcast. You see, there are these tools now that I find very useful, these podcasts. When a grandchild of Madiba had passed, and I dare stand here faced by Tata's image smiling at me there, also here behind us, I realized, because I know he gave us the example of his own family being the first example he puts publicly to talk about uncomfortable conversations. Dada, talk to us about somebody who had AIDS in the family. He also talked about himself having had TB somewhere in the past. The things that we think, hey, you mustn't talk about that. So I will talk about what I am going to talk about because he gave us that example. A grandchild dies and hell breaks loose within the family. Part of the issues are the issues we are actually here about. Our traditional practices. What do we do when a child is born? To accept that child to this earth. How did they do it in ancient times? Because we must not throw away those things, because that's who we are. And these are things that everybody around the globe, because now we have traveled up and down the globe, and I was surprised to find in Vietnam and in China how much they bond annually with their ancestors. In their communities, they are very organized about that. There's a weekend when the whole country comes to a stop, and all focus is on every family bonding with their ancestors. Now, on this occasion, when this youngster had died in the Mandela family, this young man puts this thing out in a podcast about African families and how much we have lost who we are
And we actually don't know what to do when these occasions come in our lives, in our individual families. Suddenly somebody dies and there's something that we don't know. All we know is that you must go and buy a coffin and, and you scuttle around and do things, and you realize that actually we don't know ourselves. He, my brother, will tell you, if ever he has an opportunity, how our own family only recently started dealing with the cleansing ceremonies that we were owing over time, having lost our parents, our mother, our father, and our 2 brothers. We had finally to catch up with it and do it all in one December holiday, because we had not known that, in fact, many other families, even in the townships, just do it as a normal practice when a person passes, the cleansing ceremony. We didn't know. Somehow we missed out on that thing. And how did we miss out? Because in the detribalization, in our being messed up by colonial culture and modern culture, and we're now sikopogile, amaqoboka in our side of the country were called those that were converted, who actually didn't want. And my grandmother here, my mother's mother, was very strict, because I spent 5 years of my childhood with my grandmother here in Sinwabaron, Bochum. And for in my memories of childhood, those were the best 5 years, because she took me when she was going Eoli, Masimini. I would go with her and sit under the tree there and listen to the birds and just generally breathe the fresh air of the rural, away from the townships and the towns and that hectic environment of the urban areas. But my grandmother forbade us going anywhere near those places from which I used to hear very interesting, beautiful sounds, music of the other people who were still keeping to their culture. And who were they? Amaqaba. To us, the converted, andithi siqobhokile, siphucukile, were better. And these days were educated, we've got PhDs, were Marxist-Leninists. So my grandmother forbade us going anywhere near those people. May her soul rest in peace. The sunshine of my childhood. But she was a victim of a moment in the damage that had been done over centuries by the coming of foreigners and forcing us to imbibe their culture, also geared towards enforcing an agenda for their capitalist ends, of course. That was the main thing. It was, racism had to evolve out of that agenda because they had to make the best they could out of us, out of our heritage and our wealth and the reality that God gave us who we are. God gave us this land where we are, our culture, our identity, and it is now time for us to be very methodical, very organized, very systematic in ensuring that these structures that I'm hearing from Sarah, from Lira, go down to the communities. And let the money, the finances that are necessary be channeled there to the communities where our people, led by women, may I underline, led by women, because it's women that you can trust in any community. I say that here boldly. I want to hear one person who will say, I am wrong. You're trying to provoke me. No, I'm telling you the truth. Women are the best you have. In any home, in any community. Those are the people you can trust. You can trust, lo ma'am. One time, I was just whispering, sitting next to her, that no man, we know each other, because one time I arrived in this province looking for a particular group of people who are practitioners within the sector that we're talking about here. And I found that I was sitting in the wrong place. We were sitting in the ANC provincial office. And yes, having a meeting with traditional people and all that, but I was not yet in the place where I needed to be. She grabbed me and said, let me take you there. And took me to a venue at the stadium where the ANC January 8th was going to happen the following morning. And I found the people I was looking for. I found the right people. I'm sure I have a suspicion they are represented here. I wouldn't be able to point out any specific faces, but I suspect they are somewhere around here. And maybe I see a head nodding somewhere that mhlawumbe uye. But we are at a place where we must embrace our challenge. If we are talking about decolonization, let us decolonize our minds, our knowledge, our spirituality, our understanding, and yes, let us do the things we need to do to retrieve and reclaim our pride in our identity. Because that's what we've been fighting for. The liberation struggle was about that. We were diverted by people abanama agenda abo, and they came and put us through centuries of a program that was necessitated and had to be devised because of their arrival and disruption. So let us understand that that's the moment we're in now. There's nothing wrong with the fact that we've since embraced Christianity, and in fact, some of our ancestors want us to go to church because they used to go to church. But that does not mean you should neglect and dismiss and throw away your identity. You are who you are. The same way as India is who he is, China is who they are, and they respect their cultures. And they practice them. They put resources into them and they develop them. And they practice them proudly. What is wrong with us? Today I listened and I think we've actually got it. I suppose why. If we just take it down to the communities, then this thing, yoguti ezlalini, people now are struggling with kids who are into drugs and alcoholism and all that. I think some of those things, if we quickly package this program that I'm listening to here, it exists already. Let us take it there. Let our children be salvaged from this rubbish of drugs and alcoholism and all the ills that we can talk about. I'm sorry, I have a... Thank you. So really, I'm done. There's a lot that was jumping around in my head, which I thought I should share with you, because these are rare occasions that we can interact like this. But I know that we still have to give the students a chance to bapole, bapefumle, and say the things that they want to say. Except to say, the one story I must share before I sit is of my granddaughter, Nefetiti, who is 12. She was an inspiration for me to tell the story of another little girl, 12-year-old, who entered the home of Jan van Riebeck, working as an assistant to Mrs. van Riebeck. Her name was Grotowa. That little girl and her story is a story that must be told again and again around the country, because that was a bright girl. At 12, she arrives in that house. She speaks her own language from her community. Her uncle was the traditional leader of that community there, Auchumato. In fact, his statue was unveiled, was one of the 6 statues that were recently unveiled by Minister Mackenzie, with the statue of Grotowa, but now an adult Grotowa. But she learned the languages of the colonizers. Just quietly learned these languages and ended up as an interpreter. Even when the colonizers were fighting the locals, they depended on her to understand one another at the point at which there was negotiations for peace. She's one of those stories of history that I believe every little girl must learn. That in spite of whatever adversity, it's possible to prevail and to survive and to actually flourish and become something great for your people. Around your own community, not having gone anywhere else, just here. Grotowa would sometimes go back to her community and she would take off the white people's clothes and get back into her traditional attires because she was proud of who she was. That's a story other 12-year-olds must know. At some point, and Jan van Riebeck's diaries are full of her name. We're told she is mentioned something like 200 times in his diary. Oh, Jan van Riebeck, yena of history, wrote about Grotowa because there came a time when he realized, this girl, I can't trust her. Because she would come to work, do everything she had to do, learn the language, speak it fluently, be very useful as an interpreter, but she remained who she was. She would go back home, she would be part of that community, never lost her identity and her pride in who she was. Ngiyabonga.
I'm coming from Polokwane Museums, Polokwane Municipality. I wanted to send my comment more especially to our provincial department. We are the Polokwane Municipality, we are the Polokwane Museums. I believe we were supposed to form part of the presenters who are here today. We need, as the province or as the local municipality, the biggest municipality in the province, to also teach yes, we are, to also teach our learners, because each and every day in our museums, we do have students who are coming for experiential learning and all that. And we consider ourselves as one of the best museums that we have in the province. But I was very much disappointed when the HOD did not even mention the museums that we have in Polokwane. She only mentioned the Zate and the rest of the museums. We do have the Bakun Malapa Open Museum. We do have the only art museum in the province, that is the Polokwane Art Museum, located in the Library Gardens. We have the Irish House Museum that holds the history of South Africa. Currently, we are collaborating with the Nelson Mandela Museum. We have the Nelson Mandela and Albert Litul in conversation exhibition. So I think we also need to be recognized. I think the department, they must visit us. They must be transparent. They must know that we are there and we need them. They must come to us. We really need them. Despite that we are the municipality, but we are the museums also in the province. We need to be recognized and to be acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. The director for museum is here. And that the child when we were going for lunch, go and sit with him, ne? And then and deal with the gray area. Thanks very much for that. Next. Ne? Trilaterals, thanks. Next.
Thank you very much, Mr. My name is Karitos Tole. From here, I want to give you a comment to everyone who come to this conference. I want to thank for the Deputy President to come and engage with us and give us certain information and also teach us about the museums of the Nelson Mandela. First, the Nelson Mandela Museum, it helps us as students to learn about the history and understand the history of Nelson Mandela in fighting for freedom. So, this thing, it helps us to bring strong leadership as I'm speaking right now, which means I'll be a better and strong leadership when years comes in front. So meaning that now on, I want to stand with students and also those who are in secondaries and also primaries, that as we are studying here, we want to have better future when times goes. So what I want to say is that, okay, the South African identity, we say we refer to the South African people, seem themselves, able to see themselves and know what they are and know where they are going from, and they must be able to identify themselves in South Africa. So what I want to say, Mr. You have already mentioned that in South Africa, we have the issue of unemployment as it also continues to increase the percentages.
If it's an input, it must be an input, ne?
Yes.
If it's a question, it must be a question, ne?
Yes.
I'm allowing 1 minute now.
Okay, it's fine, Mr.
Thanks very much. Next.
Am I recognized?
No, go.
Right. Firstly, I would like to thank Nelson Mandela Museum for putting together these powerful cultural institutions under one roof. If you have got Sarah, the Pras, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Am I being protected?
I suspect so. Marokaro on a bloodless coup. I don't know what is happening.
All right, let me just continue because I have got 2 minutes only. I was saying, if you have got Sarah, the PRAS, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, University of Limpopo, Iziko Museum, Robben Island Museum, Mahoshi, the students with the former deputy president under one roof, then you have got something very strong brewing. I suspect that there is something very special brewing. I would like to concur with the former president, Membete, that what we are having here is very strong. But unfortunately, let us go and look at the budgets of all the departments that are dealing with cultural issues. I want all of us, the students, to go and Google the budgets of the departments that deal with arts and culture in this country, starting with the national one and the provincial ones. You will find that they say, okay, health must get the chunk. Education, then no change. When there is change, they throw it to arts and culture issues. That's why arts and culture issues are suffering and struggling, Mamam Bete. Kumana, we will find our young kids in the streets doing nyaupe. Finally, I just want to refer something which my former colleague Victor Nechiaba pointed out to. I want to say, you talked about different religious or belief systems. Ne? You even gave the examples, Buddhism, blah, 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 blah. But why is it when we have all the meetings, we say, Muruti Abule, that happened, Christianity only? Why do we have to open all our meetings with Christian prayer? What about Rastafarianism? What about Buddhism? What about our African traditional beliefs? That is a question to Mr. Nichab.
Thanks very much. Let's go to the... No, we don't respond now. I'm told the person has been on the line. I'm sure there's an amnesty. Let's allow the person to come in. We don't have time.
Previously, before COVID, he would have the exhibitions there where they would have opening night, which would cost them around 150,000 rand for wine and cheese, etc. And then perhaps 200 people will attend the opening night. And during the course of the week, it would be perhaps 1,000 people that would visit. But when COVID happened, he decided to go online and do the opening night digitally on YouTube live. And what was incredible was that on the opening night, there were 35,000 people that attended the opening night. They sold out on the first night. And the first night, over 90% were first-time black buyers, which is so important to understand that having this online presence, it takes away a lot of the, I might sound politically incorrect here, but there's such an intimidating space with a lot of galleries, etc., which is totally incorrect. And with this opening up of it and taking away that intimidation, people felt a lot more relaxed and trusted their own taste, and therefore bought what they liked. The same way with digitization with the museums. What we want to be able to do is create a platform where people can actually see and experience what it is, but not give away the experience of the museum visit itself. So hence just a taster of what the museum actually houses in their collection. Because a little digital image is never going to give you the same feeling that you get when visiting the object and seeing it in the flesh, so to say. Understanding digitization and the complexities behind it, for many years it was a very, very expensive exercise. Having specialized cameras, specialized software, and specialized lighting, etc., which will run into millions of rands to set up a studio. Those times have changed. Technology is a lot more available. The quality of cameras have become more mainstream and a lot more affordable. The lighting and the software in particular that helps us capture these images are all with a far better economical range. So we can set up studios for a couple of 100,000 rather than millions of rands. And for us, we like to be able to do a skills transfer. So in the process of digitizing, we set up studios, we do the initial digitizing, we then do a skills transfer where we can actually teach the institution and members within the institution how to do their digitizing, how to maintain the ISO standards that are set down for the digitization.
Origins to it. Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks. Next. Thank you very much, sir. First and foremost, I would like to make my submission to the committee on the table that I am a lecturer in this institution, and I believe that the students that you are seeing here are being taught by me. So as social scientists, I need you first to get my point of departure. Now, students, they come from rural areas. They come to higher institutions of learning with the mandate or rather the provision that they would want to further their studies and know a lot around the issue of, diversity for itself. So we are here teaching students about something that even us as lecturers today, we do not have the surety of the development around it. Firstly, we encourage students to do postgraduate programs, yet we do not have enough funding for them. Where should they go? How should they learn or rather have interest of preserving culture and heritage, whereas there are limited resources? Yes, there have been presentations around preserving and conserving culture, but political head on top. But the point that I'm trying to make is that we are speaking of people who are not included. You are working in isolation. We are speaking of youth, but not engaging with them. We're not showing them what needs to be done. Thank you very much.
You see, where we wanted to move at the supersonic speed was to allow more space of this nature to come in. I'm sure for the first time from the presentation, when one of the speakers spoke about funding model, I could see how they responded to it. And exactly that's what is needed. That when he is going to do the closing remark, it's not the last day today. Ne? We still have another day tomorrow. Then we'll factor in some of the issues that will help us to see things properly. Next.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Program Director. I would like to pose a question here. I heard Professor Maropa mentioning employment. So my question is, what are the opportunities that exist for cultural industries that they contribute to our South African, particularly economic development, and in terms of technologies, what roles technology can play in preserving and embracing South African cultural heritage? Thank you.
Kiches Wakaseki, leverage the opportunity being given, and I greet you all. So I have a comment. Sepedi sere batswadi rutang bana ditaola gore le sena jo badimo. And my question says, because we know that in this province we have cultural places, heritage sites, just like Mapungu, Bakone Malapa, and Irish places, just like Bomebaile Batlalosa. So I'm asking that if can it be possible that we declare a day or maybe just a week whereby we have a week, a mahala week by the sun parks, where we were given an opportunity to get into the national parks to see those animals. Remember, culture is broad. We also look at the and then the animals also, like the lions. But the question be like, how do we protect our culture, our heritage, whereas we do not have enough information regarding that? So, can it not be just like how the sun parks did, we just declare this week so that we get to know and learn more about this. They are from less privileged families. They don't even have the opportunity. How do we come about because we are a growing generation. At the end of the day,
I'm sure only the last one. Eh? Oh.
I will be very short. My question is, it was said that the youth views heritage as entertainment. So, what are the recommendations that can be done to make sure that heritage doesn't get forgotten by the youth? I know one of the speakers mentioned making it a qualification, but how do we ensure that from a young age there is an interest? Because I agree, we study what we view, what we think we are passionate about. So how do we ensure that they are interested in studying their heritage? And also, it was mentioned that they are absorbing Batoba research and everything. So as honor students here, we have a question, or how can we be absorbed in the organizations?
I'm sure, you are studying, eh?
Yeah, I'm studying.
Prof Mahob.
Prof is going to take unemployment.
I'm just saying it's on the
line. Let me thank and acknowledge the questions. I'm going to hit that question and also my colleague at academic and other one. First, I think you came late. That's a danger to be late in class during the lecture. You need on the online to go for recordings to catch up. That's online learning. But for your privilege, let me give you the context of the initial submission. when we said there's still a lot to decolonize on heritage sites. That is not a true reflection of our African identity. Because before 1948 and before centuries, these heritage sites and galleries and theaters were covering the apartheid government, not the interests of the majority. I think even the former president addressed that. We need to decolonize. We need majority of those replicas. I'm trying to dive deeper now. What we see is not what we expect, because what is exhibited and displayed from in front of us is a fake, that we are in a revolution of repatriating our own patriarchally or native original artifacts that are from our own culture, not the modified, the artificial that is demonstrated. Meaning, we still need to decolonize even the European before we deal about these ones. Taking you to the issue of the global politics from Ukraine and Russia, where the Britain is taking as if are the angels of helping Ukraine. That's how affected South Africa. Now the European Britain is taking to rescue, in their point of view, the artifacts of Ukraine. You know what is the complication? UNESCO international forums, immediately your artworks are taken over. There are laws that will be established for you to loan those artworks when they come back. South Africa is still in the pipeline of interacting with the international heritage forums that make it a point the laws that were not covering the South African heritage interest, to make it a point that those institutions that were not covering ourselves, like now we are not covered in the security cluster international. How do we make Africans to be part of those laws so that we can claim our artifacts? Then we establish monuments that will reflect the decolonized museums that will reflect in our lifetime. I think I covered you. Come to my colleague. The issue of one Professor Paquet said, as an academics, we are doing recycling. He put it in a right terminology, Deputy President. It's a co-constructing of English. We are not putting any body of knowledge that is new. We are recycling the concepts that are given to us by the West. Chinese, I'm coming there. There is a Wilson book that guides 10 points of Wilson Guide Economics, and economists will be there, I can contest them. What China is doing, even though their education was decolonized by the US and Japanese, they don't buy everything from US on a body of knowledge. They apply their thought and their creativity to see to it that it suits the standard of China. For instance, the issue of the traditional medicine of China. We know we are out of COVID. China have got 10% of the European medicine. They do their own herbs as a primary medicine in their pharmaceutical centers. So our responsibility is not to take everything we are given in a boat of knowledge, not to reconstruct and co-construct what is relevant to ourselves. Next one. I covered yourself. Issue of funding, let me come on that one. The issue of funding is still a complex. However, I met with other colleagues to say, South Africa have got a lot of money. That one is the last one. Lot of money. The problem, we are not integrating on the priorities that we are doing. Now is a season of departmental strategic plan. But you may see tourism is doing its own strategy. Arts and culture is doing its own strategy with different budgets. What China is doing is centralizing the issues of centers as a cornerstone that consolidate through the research outputs that will influence the policy decision of these centers and the application of budget. The rest will be covered. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Is there anyone who's going to take a bite?
Thank you so much for your comments and questions. I'm going to dwell much on the issue of my student over there who asked about the issue of employment. However, before I could, respond, Ceci, the challenge that the country is faced with in terms of the management of the heritage resources in the country is that they are done in silos. I mean, I'm the chairperson of LIRA in the province. I don't even know of you. I'm expected, like now, we need to develop a system. It will be touching what the young man has asked me about the museums. SARA, South African Heritage Resources, has got a system that they call SARIS. I hope you know about that. South African Heritage Inventory System, which means you can access any heritage sites wherever you are online. And that's the value of technology. So I think you and I must exchange contact details so that we work together. Thank you. And coming to the question raised, I mean, we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution. This province is so fortunate to have, 4IR guru, Professor Chilidzi Marwala, who was the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, is currently heading, UNESCO University in Japan. Now, I remember his words. While I was at the University of Venda, we invited him to come and speak about the relationship between, what is this? Sciences, SMT, and the humanities. What is the role of the 4IR in humanities and social sciences? In his response was, you can't produce scientists that are without morals. You can't produce scientists that they don't know their identity. You can't produce scientists that they don't know their origin. They don't know whether they are coming or going because they don't have, they don't know anything about the past. So which means the issue of the 4th Industrial Revolution, we are moving in that space. Like now, as I've indicated about the issue of the initiatives already taken by SARIS, by launching the site. And once, as I was presenting here, I talk about partial accreditation. Once they have done that, it means we as LIRA also will be able to access that. I mean, today, you can't, and we mustn't say stop, gadgeting, doing all these things, whatever. But what matters most is don't forget where you are coming from. Don't forget your roots. And the old man mentioned it here, that you need to appreciate our presence as we are with you here, because we are still guiding you in that direction. Now, the big question is, if we are moving to the south and you are moving to the north, and remember you are the future generation, what's it that is going to happen about ourselves? You want us to go to find ourselves in that situation where now my son will come, will visit me, we go to his grandmother and say, Gugu, I mean, that is not correct. I mean, you can speak the language, and the language mustn't make you to lose your identity. And again, also, we mustn't confuse the two. IQ, your IQ, and then a better command of the language. Those are two different things. One other thing that I think is very critical, you know, apartheid has really created a serious damage. And that is why, even when we are to think of ourselves, we first check around, look at someone else, whether, you know, what I'm doing is correct or not. But others are not doing that. Somebody was saying this example to say now, look at the challenge that the country is faced with in terms of the number of churches, and then, you know, the different religions that we find ourselves engulfed with. But go to the Hindus. Every Friday, batwalela shop between 12 and 1. If you want to buy from their shop, we'll come after that time. And they will never say we are going to lose customers. And what about ourselves? And then the issue of job creation. When we talk of heritage, obviously, we must couple it with tourism. You first know yourself, and then move to the space where now, when tourists come to our area, then money is generated. Look at what is happening now with our brothers and sisters across Limpopo. You know, those that lost their lives on Saturday. I can't remember what, yeah, but I think it's Saturday. What are they doing in terms of, we've got tangible and intangible heritage. So when you talk of heritage, you must take note of that. You mustn't only talk of tangible, because there is still intangible, the living heritage. I will chase you away because you are defying our cultural practices. Thank you.
Okay.
Just I want to come to the lady of employment. The Presidential Economic Stimulus Fund was open. Presidential Economic Stimulus Fund, 6-1. That is a funding that funds, even if you are not a professional student artist, even if it comes as a passion, apply there. I was part of that funding distribution in the adjudication. We are giving young people close even to 1 million. Secondly, South African Heritage Resource Agent is giving bursaries. So there are bursaries that are there, there are employment that are there. Young people must make use of checking website of all the department of TSEC. The opportunities are there, internships are there. So in that point, I think is covered, because President give a lot of billions in terms of the process for funding, even for artists, performance, even if it's not about profession. Also the institutions, if there is a department of arts and culture within, can apply through National Art Council for funding, so that it can be able to support students that are non-funded by NSFAS. I thank you.
On that note, let me direct that, Mhlengas, as we are a journey, just put all that information together, so that as you'll be leaving tomorrow, they must have this information. I know that most of the time there are a lot of opportunities, but it can be filtered down there. So we should look into that part and see how we to assist tomorrow morning. I'm sure, colleagues, if there is nothing more, we can also agree that you can still shelve any other inputs that we want to make. Tomorrow in the plenary, we start with the recap of yesterday's session, and we then take it from there. Can we request Prof. Mohajana, Enwado? You are just in between ourselves and that other thing.
Matebele abina gamo, and wabam abina gamo. Namara gets Gumela Ngawi, Absheni, Timaziare, Lochan Mandever, Lewupi. Aluguad Gugusumela, Al Sumail, Damam Vanabahosh. It's a very difficult task you're given when people are hungry and they deliberately wanted to hold their hunger and want to blame you for that hunger. Honorable former Deputy President, Balagambete, you have been part of this with the Radio Freedom Stories, the archival platform. We've met several times on issues of archives, both here, all over the country, including the Ulundi meeting of writers. Khoshi Raji Rapatlelo, Ipata Mafase, Kakuna Magari Kuru, Wani Mulamwaga, Hono Bija, Manjuaga Mshade, Khoshi Marshana, Daumina Maletswe, when you know Yalo Rola, Magalala Maru, Magala Bata, Uma Mejadova. Ke nam kone ke ta tlhaga no la gago metse ga o rata go shiaka metse Professor Mahopa, my chairperson, and I know the protocol has been established, and I think I'm defiant of what I'm trying to do. Protocol was established quite early. I want to lean on that protocol. Vic, thank you very much. I want to begin my story with a narrative. Na ngwago mongwe nkile ka ba ka committee e nngwe ya Polokwane municipality. That committee is called the Heritage Committee. And the last time I served in that committee was when we were discussing graves and the monuments in Polokwane. We walked around, we went up to N1, as that bridge as you go to Trade Center, the old Trade Center. We looked at all the damaged monuments in town. And then when we went back to the office, we discussed graves. And my input was, by the way, because we are a Polokwane municipality, we're going to discuss about the graves at Ramaja, Ratava, Mulepo, Muleji, because all of them fall under Polokwane municipality. Suddenly, the white faces sitting there looked at me strangely. And I understood why I was no longer invited into those meetings. Because the graves are in Polokwane municipality, inside town. The graves of those who are not necessarily formally black or black. I don't know where do you die. Do you become former black or you become black in your grave? I don't know what you tend to be. But then that was my last time I served in that committee. I was not released from the committee. I'm just waiting for the next meeting. But the issue here is the issue of identity, the issue of representation, the issue of who we are, the issue of what we call common consciousness, national consciousness. And these are the issues we should teach in our classes, for heritage classes, in our history classes. These are the issues, not teach the objects themselves. Teach what constitutes national consciousness, collective memory, collective amnesia, appropriation, reappropriation, recontextualization. These are the debates that have been here. The next narrative I want to delve into is the narrative of hashtag Roads Must Fall. When the Roads Must Fall came, it taught us many lessons. One of the lessons was that, did we consider Rhodes to be part of us? Was Rhodes part of our South African memory? Did we consider him to be part of this nation? Did we read into what Mandela and also Desmond Tutu talked about when they talked about the Rainbow Nation? Therefore, it said to me, we have not yet arrived. Somewhere, we have not yet arrived. Therefore, for us, for those who were chanting, Rhodes represented a metaphor of imperialism, cultural and political imperialism. Secondly, remember at that time there was the story of outsourcing. Therefore, the issues of economics come into picture. Therefore, the roads represented the commerce, and the people who are chanting were barred from commerce, could not enter into the realm of commerce. Therefore, when we talk about heritage today and going forward, we are talking about what we inherit. And heritage is a contested terrain. It's a past. And the big question we teach in our classes is whose past? Whose memory? And therefore we play around with memories and how we reconstitute a nation from these contested memories. Sometime this year I was teaching my honors history students, and then we're talking about these issues of heritage. And this other girl says to me, I'm proudly Shangani. And Nakuto. Proudly Shangan. Go to Google now, my girl, and then type traditional Portuguese women attire. And go to images. And let's do it now. And we did. They find these women, Portuguese women, in what in South Africa we call shipelad. What you see the Tsonga are wearing is what was worn by traditional Portuguese women. That's our heritage. That's our heritage. And then you go to Sepedi, Setswana, and Sesotho. Seshweshwe. Seshweshwe. Let's not even call it Seshweshwe. Let's call it what it is called. It's called Setoish, Mutoish. That's why it's Mutoish. Deutsch means German. Indeed, it's a German cloth. It's not our cloth. It is a German cloth. The yellow, the pumpkin yellow that we get in Sepedi attire, it's part of the Dutch flag. Remember, we're part of the Batavian Republic. For some time, up to 1805, we're part of the Batavian Republic. And therefore, we're proudly Batavian, yeah? Therefore, the idea, I don't want to go to each of the separate identities, but I just want to show you that identities continuously change. And people redefine who they are, and they can be, if they are not happy, they will leave it. It is not for me to question why do you take it. It is the consciousness of the people at the time that they embrace a particular way of seeing. Therefore, museums and all cultural institutions should represent the true history of South Africa. I entered some museums. When you enter, I won't call them by name. I've traveled South Africa in the cultural space. When you enter, you can see, I'm not talking about the new museums, post-94, no, the old ones. When you enter, you find objects of black people at the entrance. And at the back, you find the European story. It tells you these people are still entering. They are new here. They are not even at the back, they are not even in the middle. And the idea, I think, of those curators was that we are, what is the concept? We are foregrounding. It's not. You are telling us a story that they have no space at the back. They can wait here. If they have to exit, they can exit quickly. Therefore, there is a bigger challenge. There's a need, you can't avoid politics into it. Can't avoid politics into it. I'm wrapping up in style. I'm wrapping up in style in the things that we were discussing. Therefore, the importance of reconfiguring these cultural landscapes in what they do and how they represent us and in how they harness and collect the information as Sarah would do with SARIS. And how best do we use this information for the betterment of our society. Therefore, it is very critical of us to understand how we map these issues into creating an identity that we love so much. We are South Africans, we are proudly South Africans, but we must create narratives of a good South Africa. Budgets. Budgets in culture and heritage are nil. In 1 year, I was complaining, funding, and I'm serving in various structures, national, how many people are working for heritage? Come. And the whole country, there were 4 people, including Dr. Todd, when he was still there. 4 people for the whole country. By the way, here in Limpopo as well, I'm not sure what's happening there, but the responsibility of people who are working in language services, for instance, is to make sure that when we are discussing anything here, they are providing I'm missing the term. It's not translation. What is utologiman? Interpreting. They must provide simultaneous interpreting or any other form of interpreting in all languages spoken in Limpopo. Now, as we are here, including sign language, it is their mandate. How many sign language are employed? Practitioners are employed there? I start from home. I'm not sure. How many people speak, language practitioners are there for each language? They have to produce documents, translate documents, policy documents in the various languages so that they are available. Now, if you find language practitioners too, and there is a meeting here in Polokwane, a meeting here at Teflop, and another one in Toyando, what are they going to do? There's nobody who makes an effort to make a budget for arts and culture. But we also have a problem of education and curriculum. When you are young, you are young. Born. In this case, that we are dealing with, I know I want to find out these are deep issues. You are hungry. Wana muruti ba rera ka ba feditse go bolela le boradi politiki ba re muruti nkore ga nyane so tako. Now, all right. The issue of heritage is very serious in calculating, and we need to hold it, the bull by its horns. Do you know that in this province alone, the whole province was divided amongst white professionals, 4 white professionals, each district taken by a particular white archaeologist, no single black archaeologist. Close to what it's here, but we are now the and therefore we do not have black archaeologists. In the country, I think we may have 1% of archaeologists, and that's a percentage. That percentage is insignificant to transform the landscape we are talking about. Therefore, universities should make an effort to increase programs in archaeology, and those other universities increase admissions into paleontology, because our black students are not going to paleontology and archaeology, and therefore you should go there. Those are barren areas and they are virgin areas. ge le se la tsena moo le lena le botse bana ba bolena ba yo tsena ka engineering mamati a ba le so ba butse so le a tsena ka bontši alfa tša go tsena go na di-practicals bana ba bangwe Africa ba na di-practicals ka mo gare ga engineering o betoga o etla mo o re o rile chemical engineering ga ke tse gore o kgona go kgwatha vix fela o tlo ja mmatlong e go lliša tše dintši ya o di tsebe because ga o ne di-practicals ga o tsebe gore sulfur le urea ga di kopana di dirang o e tseba ka mo textbookong. But I want to conclude. I went through what everybody was. People pledged. There was a pledge that the Indaba should be invited to come to Limpopo. There are heritage sites in Limpopo where you can come and have the Indaba. And there is a call for radical transformation and a call for recontextualization of the memory and the heritage spaces. Freedom Park, I know you have been in the forefront in terms of creating a voice for African experience, but there's a lot to do because people still want to feel that they have got ownership at Freedom Park. And then the last question is the question of social inclusion and also the use of technology. These technologies are not going to take our space. These technologies are there to advance knowledge and also to allow access, and we'll have to see how we can use these technologies to promote, to preserve, and to protect our heritage. There is vulnerability at one point. Therefore, we need legislation to protect us. Ke a leboga.
Announcement FAO. Who is leading us?
Good afternoon to our distinguished guests. We have only one announcement that's going to be launched, that is to be served at the restaurants. To all the guests, they'll be ushered there. We have some ushers that will be taking you to the restaurants. Students, please ensure that you have your tags so that will be easily identify you, those that were in attendance. Thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We really appreciate for your audience.